Chapter 21.
I thought he didn't give it.
Jake said as we drove back to the police station to pick up his ride. Me too. I never thought Yulfin capable of feeling anything but contempt and greed. But it seemed his old rock of a heart had a tender spot. I huffed at the thought.
What?
Jake said. I guess Stephen was wrong. He said his father hated him.
I honestly thought he did. The things Stephen told me about him.
Maybe he only cares about the family's future. Stephen is his heir, after all. Jake stared at his hands pensively. Maybe, like me, he had started reevaluating what he knew. Maybe Stephen was nothing more than a rebellious son going against his father. God knew Stephen wasn't a humble man. He had grown up spoiled and rich. He'd been a total wild pup in high school and early years of college. A to-the-wall rager with a couple of DWIs and arrests due to the drugs. The man I'd met later on had been nothing like that, though. He still loved to party, but responsibly. His friends said he'd finally turned the corner onto the good path. I hadn't dated him long, but I had to agree. But perhaps family disagreements still lingered despite Stephen's improvements. Or maybe the change hadn't been enough for Yulfin. Who knew? In the end, the specifics didn't matter. Blood is thicker than water. Family always comes first, especially among werewolves. They stick together, protect each other, and are loyal to their packmates. I glanced over at Jake. He chose to be a lone wolf, which had always puzzled me. He'd left his pack after his parents died, and it was hard for me to understand why he would isolate himself when he could have that kind of loyalty. We passed in front of the police station. It was eerily quiet, no lights inside the building. Both Jake and I stared at the torn door, blasted windows, and sooty walls. 3 police cars sat in the front, keeping guard of the exposed building. Echoes of the explosion and people's screams rang in my ears. I tightened my hands around the wheel and kept driving, wondering how Tom and the others were doing. I went around the corner and shifted the car to neutral. Jake didn't get out. He just sat there, staring straight ahead, his chest rising and falling with each deep breath he took.
Are you sure I can't come with you?
He asked after a long, quiet moment. You know how it works.
Do I?
He glanced at me, his eyes dark and serious. Yes, it won't work if you're there. Your aura will interfere. This was the lie I'd told him before, and the lie I would stand by now. His mouth twisted to one side.
And your coworker's aura doesn't?
Rosalina? No, not really. But she's not askew, so not much of a supernatural aura. Something told me he didn't believe me. In the past he had, but something was different now. He didn't trust me, just like I didn't trust him. But whatever. He could take a major hike up to Mountain for all I cared. Moving slowly, not a word of thanks or anything, reluctance dripping off of him, he got out of the car and walked toward a bad Harley, a Softail with a low seat and leather-studded saddlebag. So now he drove a motorcycle instead of a beat-up truck. Good to know what to look for so I could run the other way. Jake threw a leg over the bike. He had no helmet, but it didn't matter. If he splatted and cracked his head in half, it would heal quickly. He could afford to be irresponsible. I shifted to first and headed to Rosalina's, watching him get smaller in the rearview mirror. When I got there, I found her awake, curled up on the sofa with a blanket and watching Supernatural reruns on Netflix. As I closed the door behind me, she glanced up and gave me a bleary-eyed stare. Thank God you're home. She pressed the off button on the remote control and rose to her feet. The blanket Abuela Esperanza had crocheted for her, dropping to the floor. How did it go? Fine. We were able to talk to Yulfin. I walked into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. She followed me into the kitchen and pretended to check my head from different angles. Well, If he tried to bite your head off, at least he didn't succeed. He was pretty pissed at first, but in the end, he gave me this. I pulled the cufflink out of my jeans pocket. You're in for it, then. I sighed and nodded. When do you want to do it? She hoisted herself on top of the counter and sat with her legs dangling. She wore a pajama set with a red tank top and white shorts with the imprint of kisses. I'm too tired now. Tomorrow, first thing. What you mean is later today. It was already tomorrow. After a quick shower, I crawled into bed wearing a loose t-shirt over a pair of comfortable cotton underwear. The sheets felt cool and wonderful against my legs as I tried to push away the memories of the blazing heat that had lapped at my skin, burning, making me feel like a rotisserie chicken. When I closed my eyes, I saw the hanging ceiling tiles, the sparking wires, and Jake's bleeding back. It seemed impossible that the explosion had happened only this morning. I was grateful for the healers at the hospital and was reminded of Daniela, my older sister. She worked at St. Louis Children's Hospital, doing just that type of work. She had saved countless lives in the 2 years she'd been working there. I hadn't seen her or talked to her in almost a month. I made a mental note to call her once this was over. I could have died today, and the last thing I'd told my sister was, keep your nose out of my business. She had been trying to advise me not to buy my own place yet. She said I should save a little more, make sure my business got a good foothold before I jumped into such big responsibilities. Daniela, as the oldest, had always been the most sensible. She'd only been trying to help. And what about Leo? I didn't even remember the last thing I'd told him, but I doubted either Daniela, Lucia, or Mom could remember either. We hadn't seen him in over a year, and we only knew he was all right because every once in a while, he sent Mom a postcard from whatever city he was visiting. The last one we'd received had come from Peru. Machu Picchu. That was where he'd been. We all wished we could write him back, or at least that he would send pictures of himself. But he seemed to be doing some soul-searching and needed this time to himself. I would write him a letter the first chance I got. I did that whenever I missed him extra hard. Normally, I would tell him about my day and that I loved him and missed him. Then I would fold the letter, put it in an envelope, and stuff it in a drawer with all the others. When he got back, I would give them all to him and demand that he told me everything he'd done and seen. With a sigh, I rolled onto my back, stared at the ceiling, and prayed I would be able to track Stephen. Even if I wasn't looking forward to the task, I would do my best to find him, to get Jake off my back for once and for all. Chapter 22. I woke up at 9:30 the next morning, assaulted by the deep hunger that sometimes attacked me, and nothing seemed to satiate. I sighed and sat up, thinking it might be a 10 blueberry pancake kind of day. On top of that, the skin on my forearms itched as if I'd gotten into poison ivy, which probably meant I was allergic to the new detergent. Great. Scratching and yawning, I got out of bed and slipped on a pair of sweats and slippers and went to the kitchen. Rosalina wasn't up yet, so I decided it was my turn to be extra nice to her. The kitchen was familiar. I knew where everything was, and it took me no time to get a pot of coffee going, along with blueberry pancake batter. When I heard Rosalina moving around in her bedroom, I heated the skillet and started cooking. By the time she came out, I had a stack of golden flapjacks ready to eat, along with butter, honey, and marmalade. It smells delicious. She sat at the kitchen table with her eyes closed and her nose up in the air as she enjoyed the smell of a hot brew and griddled pancakes. We dug in and didn't exchange a word until we'd eaten at least 2 pancakes each. I snatched 2 more, drizzled honey on top, and let Rosalina start the conversation. I'm glad you used the blueberries, she said, sipping her coffee. I was afraid they might start mutating. They were frozen blueberries. They don't mutate. They just shrivel away. But they looked fine. I bought them during my smoothie craze. I'm surprised. One of them did jump off the counter, calling out, "Geronimo!" I joked. Rosalina laughed her goofy laugh that must have some sort of magical qualities because it always cheered me up no matter what was going on in my life. Together we washed the dishes and put everything back in place. After that, she gave my hair a quick trim to get rid of the damage the explosion had caused. We each had 2 cups of coffee before we started talking about work and customers. Yesterday evening, she'd gotten messages out to 2 clients and canceled our appointments. She'd also cleared my schedule for tomorrow since we didn't know what effect today's tracking might have on me. When I finally gathered the courage to get started, I went into the bedroom. 3 more days. That was all Stephen had. I'd gotten all the rest I needed. Now, it was time to act. "Should I expect Jake bursting through the door?" Rosalina asked as I made myself comfortable in the middle of the bed. I shook my head. He'll stay away. I told him I would call him. I glanced at my phone on the night table. He might get impatient and call before I'm done, though. If he shows up, please make sure he stays away while I'm recovering. Rosalina gave me a raised eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. "I can't stop that man if he decides to come in here. I tried before. He was like a freaking tornado tearing through the apartment." I laughed. "I'm sorry. I told him he was out of place, but he should be better now that he's getting what he wants." That made him sound selfish, so I added, "He's not a bad guy." I don't know what made me say that. For the past year and a half, I'd thought of him as nothing but selfish and low. Why did I feel the need to defend him now? "Girl, don't let his hotness get in the way of your judgment." Do you think I'm doing that? It was an honest question. I felt I couldn't trust myself around Jake. When he looked at me, it was as if he'd cast out a net, and I, like a stupid fish, got caught in it every single time. His spellbinding eyes seemed to pull me to him and turned me into a little moon that revolved around his entire world. It was pathetic. "Honestly?" Rosalina's face pinched tightly as if she didn't want to answer. "Honestly." She put a hand out and tipped it from side to side. "Kind of." I deflated. I swear I'm trying my best. But I don't know what it is about him. It's been like that ever since I've known him, which is pretty much my entire lifetime. I would see him walking down the halls in school and I would forget whatever I was doing, like he was a mental eraser. Whoosh! Everything gone. Was there drool? Definitely. We both laughed. Rosalina sat at the edge of the bed, growing serious. "Is it because he's a werewolf? I've heard shifters can be, I don't know, entrancing to certain women." "Maybe, but why me?" I whined, punching the mattress with closed fists. "Hand me that cufflink. It'll take me out of this misery." It would send me into a different type of misery, but at this point, I honestly didn't know which was worse. Rosalina pressed the cufflink into my palm, closed my fingers around it, and patted my hand. "Try not to go too deep, okay? Pull out if it's taking too long." I nodded and watched her leave and close the door behind her. Nerves stirred in my stomach, making me feel nauseous. Maybe eating all those pancakes had been a bad idea. The cufflink poked my palm as I tightened my hold on it. I closed my eyes, trying to focus, but the ball of dread that had made itself comfortable in my chest since I decided to get involved grew to epic proportions as I tried to push myself into the trance. I opened my eyes, confused. I never looked forward to this, but this dread was unlike anything I'd ever felt. Was I afraid of the aftermath? Or of what I would find out? What if Stephen was dead? I had tried to track a dead person once before, and I never could forget how it felt to go in and find Nothing. Nothing at all. The vast, unending blankness had stripped me of all my emotions until I felt raw with the knowledge of only one thing. Cold, unforgiving emptiness. I didn't want to feel that again. It was one of the reasons I preferred to be a mate tracker. There was always someone out there who could make another one happy, so I never had to face that emptiness. I shook my head. He's not dead. If he was dead, they wouldn't be threatening to cut his head off, would they? They wouldn't be making demands that Yulfin couldn't meet. There seemed to be a hole in that logic, but I had to believe he was still alive. I sighed. No use in postponing the inevitable. I had already agreed to this, and I wouldn't back out. I clasped my hands together around the cufflink and let my power flow. Green magic sprang from my fingers and whirled around my hands. This was different from mate tracking, easier because I had something of Steven's. I closed my eyes. This time there was no glittery world, just blackness. No potion, no sparkles. Gradually, I released my senses. Scent first, as always. Immediately, a pleasantly sweet, warm scent surrounded me. The smell was familiar in a way, yet I couldn't quite put my finger on it, which bothered me the more I tried to pick up its subtleties. Underneath this scent, I tried to find others, but this one was overpowering and made it hard to identify anything else. I struggled for several long moments, knowing that the longer I went, the longer my food would taste like cardboard. Smell made such a huge difference when trying to enjoy your grub. At last, the hint of a few other scents took shape. Vanilla and cinnamon. And maybe also lavender. Those were the scents I could put a name to, and they could be anything. Someone's perfume, a cinnamon roll, a vanilla latte. They didn't help. Frustrated, I released my sense of hearing next, and the usual cacophony of sounds assaulted me. I listened for several beats, waiting for the racket to die down as I sifted through the different sounds. The noise barely subsided. Some sounds fell away, but most stayed. Mainly the constant, unrelenting hum of an engine. In the background, I perceived the drum of traffic, tires against asphalt and gravel, the occasional blare of a horn, the squeal of brakes, the rattle of loose chassis, all diminished by the tireless hum. Oddly, just like with the scents, one thing overpowered all others, obscuring what should be the main clues. I tried harder to pinpoint unique sounds like a bell tower, the horn of a basketball game, a certain tune, a voice I might recognize. Nothing like that came to the surface. Only that hum. Useless. Fear gripped me, knowing what came next. It had been some time since I'd engaged my sight, and I hated doing it. It terrified me. Being deaf was difficult enough, but losing my vision left me feeling as vulnerable as a newborn kitten. I didn't know how to navigate life without my senses. I was trying to get better at it, but the process was slow. Logically, I knew other people led perfectly capable, self-sufficient lives without them. But there was nothing rational about my fear. It was born of a raw and unadulterated self-preservation instinct. Hunkering down, I forced the uneasiness away, knowing this trial would only make me stronger. Gathering all my courage, I released my sense of sight. My eyes opened to utter darkness. Panic seized me at the complete absence of light. I glanced all around, searching for the smallest pinprick of illumination. I found nothing. Just absolutely blackness. Where are they keeping you, Stephen? A room without lights would still have windows, a door. Slivers of light, no matter how thin, would get through, but not here. Wherever Stephen was, his kidnappers had purposely sealed every source of light. Frantically, I peered around in every direction, pausing to make sure I didn't miss something. My heart hammered while the sweet smell, the unrelenting hum of an engine, and the darkness combined to a crescendo of unbearable stimuli. I whirled and whirled, panic mounting, and a sense of dread and disappointment settling on my shoulders. For the first time, I had failed to find a known mark, and because of it, Stephen would die. Chapter 23. When I broke out of the trance, utter darkness still surrounded me. For a panicked moment, I feared I'd gotten trapped in that limbo, unable to escape. But it was just the blindness. I sat up with a jerk, my shaking hands flat on the bed in an effort to feel grounded. My breaths came in fast, but I couldn't hear them. The world was silent, dark, and void of all smells. Where am I? Where am I? The question was irrational, but the panic was real. I felt 3 taps on top of my head, then the bed dipped. Relieved, I clenched Rosalina's hand and pressed it to my chest. My heart pounded like the drums of the salsa music she liked to dance to. Sensing my distress, she moved closer and wrapped me in a tight hug, hands smoothing my hair, warm breath brushing my ear in words of comfort that I couldn't hear. I couldn't find him, I sobbed, fighting the knot in my throat, my exhausted body collapsing against her. She pulled away, took my hand, and traced several circles in my palm. The letter O. She was trying to tell me it was okay. We had come up with several hand gestures to help us communicate. Nothing fancy, but we could understand each other. She pressed a cool glass to my hand and wrapped my fingers around it. I drank the water greedily until I finished it. After she took the glass away, I held both palms up in question. She tapped my left hand 5 times. I collapsed back on the bed. 5 minutes. I'd been under for 5 minutes, which meant it would take 5 hours to regain my senses. This was the longest I'd ever been under, and for nothing. I felt Rosalina's fingers slide down my chest bone, sign language for hungry. I shook my head. Her fingertips alighted on my forehead next, then slid downward gently, gathering at my chin. Sleep. I can't. I'm too restless. My heart is dancing to some of your salsa music. She had Cuban roots and grew up speaking Spanish. Odd for someone raised in the Hill, with all the Italians around, but her family remained faithful to their origin, which was so cool. She repeated the sign. Sleep. I sighed. I'll try. Rosalina signed on my hand that she was leaving. The bed shifted as she stood, and I imagined her walking out of the room and shutting the door behind her. I knew that time would pass faster if I just slept. But I didn't think I would be able to, even despite my deep fatigue. I closed my eyes, and even here on the bed, my mind stirred with the memory of that sweet smell and the unrelenting hum of an engine. And since darkness still surrounded me, I felt as if I were still in the trance. You're not. You're not. You're free. I touched the bed, my pillow, my face, to convince myself. I tossed and turned, willing sleep to come. Only 5 hours. You can sleep for 5 hours. I lay on my back, on my belly, on my side. How long has it been? How much longer? In this state, I always found it impossible to calculate time. I didn't know how long had passed when Rosalina came back into the room. She snatched my hand and scribbled something in it, too fast for me to understand. Slow down, I said. She traced a single character on my palm, the letter J. Jake? I said. She tapped my palm once for yes. He's here? Another single tap. Can you keep him out of the room? I waited for another tap, but instead, 2 came. She released my hand abruptly, which let me know that Jake was trespassing again. I rolled over, turning my back on the door, and lay as still as a log. I imagined him standing behind me, screaming, demanding why I was in bed while Stephen was out there, his life on the balance. What did he think of my silence? A heavy hand landed on me. It wrapped entirely around my shoulder. Jake. The bed dipped. Then he pulled me, forcing me to face him. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, the shame of my failure mixing with the shame of my vulnerable state. Tears filled my eyes, and the next thing I knew, his arms slid around me, pulling me into a tight embrace. I fit into his arms in a familiar, practiced way, and suddenly it was just Jake and me. I lay my head on his muscular chest as he stroked my hair, his warmth and strength feeling like a force field around me. I instinctively took a deep breath, hoping to find comfort in his scent, which was imprinted in my mind like a seal. It was unlike anything else I'd ever sensed, strong, masculine, maddening, and known to turn me on faster than flipping on a light switch. But despite a hefty lungful of air, I smelled nothing. My heart ached, and the tears that had gathered in my eyes spilled onto my cheeks. For a moment, I feared I might start sobbing like a baby right in his arms, but no more tears came. Somehow, since the last time I'd cried, which had been for him, I'd become stronger. It still hurt, the broken heart and unanswered questions, but I no longer needed to melt into a puddle of tears because of him. Instead, I simply accepted the comfort of his touch and found that forgiveness was a possibility. Jake wasn't a monster. Like I'd told Rosalina, he wasn't a bad guy. He had been good before, and I could see that he hadn't changed. He had his reasons for leaving me, and though he'd hurt me deeply, he'd taught me a valuable lesson. Strength and self-love are just as important, or perhaps more, than the love we feel for others. If you can't take care of yourself first, how in the hell can you take care of others? Jake held me for a long time, his fingers tracing circles on my back. My hands remained at my sides. I was afraid of touching him, to feel the peaks and valleys of his torso, the latent strength in his muscles. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't smell him, hear him, see him. This was nothing but a moment of weakness that I could later forgive myself. Some time later, small sounds popped around me and a faded light glowed against my eyelids. The weak smell of roses tickled my nose as I swam in a state between sleep and wakefulness. A cold hand pressed to my forehead. "Hey, Tony the Tiger. How are you feeling?" Rosalina's voice entered my consciousness, faint as if she stood far away. I opened my eyes. She sat next to me, blurry around the edges. My senses had started to come back, but just barely. A candle burned on the night table, the source of the light and pleasant scent. Rosalina always made sure to welcome me back in the best way possible. She was the best friend anyone could ever ask for. I was so lucky to have her. "I'm okay," I said. Then I remembered that Jake had been here. I scrambled to a sitting position. "Jake, he knows. Shh, it's all right." Rosalina patted my hand. "He doesn't suspect," she said in a whisper close to my ear. "He just thinks you are distraught." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Lay back down and rest. It's late." I lay back down, relieved. I didn't want to have to explain myself to Jake or anyone else. The way my skill worked felt more personal than ever, something I was willing to share only with those I trusted most. I took a deep breath and relaxed into my pillow. Given my state, sleeping was the most sensible thing I could do, so I let myself doze off again. Chapter 24. The next time I opened my eyes, my senses had fully returned. I was alone in the room and it was dark outside. Everything looked sharper around the edges, brighter in color. Real. I squinted at the alarm clock on the night table. It read 11:17 p.m. I had been asleep for way more than 5 hours. My stomach rumbled. I had missed lunch and dinner, and I was a wimp when it came to missing mere snacks, especially when that intense hunger hit me. I got out of bed, scratching my itchy arm, and quietly padded out of the room. I headed straight for the kitchen. Rosalina had left the range light on, and I had to smile when I saw a plate on the table. It held a sandwich covered in plastic wrap, a banana, and a bag of chips. I went to the refrigerator, poured a glass of milk, and returned to the table, ready to eat. I was ravenous. I was about to sit when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. I started and I raised the glass of milk as if it were a weapon. What did I think that would do? Give the intruder calcium poisoning? Death by milk wasn't a thing. Or was it? A pair of eyes flashed in the darkness from the living room. My heart went into insane mode, pounding against my ribcage like a giant's fist.
It's just me.
Jake's deep voice came from the darkness. He approached, slowly, the light from the kitchen gradually revealing his tall frame. You scared the out of me. What are you doing here? As he came fully into the light, I took him in. He was wearing unbuttoned jeans and a wife beater that clung tightly to his muscular torso and left his rounded shoulders and perfectly shaped biceps out for inspection. He was barefoot and his light brown hair stood on end.
Rosalina let me stay on the couch.
He said. She did? That little traitor. She and I would have a talk. How dare she allow a hot-blooded male to sleep mere feet away from me when I hadn't had sex in over 1.5 years? And when said male was the last one and only I'd ever had sex with? What the hell was she thinking? Clearly, she was getting her some. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this inconsiderate.
For protection,
he said.
I insisted.
My mom cast protection spells on the condo when Rosalina bought it, and the complex has its own security, so you don't need to worry about it. I sat in front of my sandwich and started peeling off the plastic wrap, but my stomach flipped in weird ways, chasing the hunger away. Jake sat across from me, resting his interlaced fingers in front of him. He had a new tattoo around his left bicep, an arrow that wrapped around, its tip and fletching almost meeting in the front. His other bicep sported a bursting sun, its rays spilling around his shoulder. I knew it well, had traced it with my finger many times as I drifted to sleep by his side. He was very familiar with my first tattoo as well, a small nautical compass under my right breast. I'd gotten 2 new ones since he'd been gone, though. The word tracking with a lifeline at both ends, and the newest, an ornate heart with a crescent moon in the middle, and an arrow going across both. The first was on my left forearm, and the other under my collarbone.
Protection charms are good,
he said.
But you can never be too careful. Bernadetta has all manner of witches and mages at her disposal, some of the best. And after what happened at your office, well, I've been worried ever since.
I opened the bag of chips and dumped them on the plate. I picked one and popped it in my mouth. It was salty and greasy and made me want another. Those tricky b****s had it right. You couldn't eat only one. I ate 5 more, trying to understand what the hell Jake was saying. You're making no sense, I said. He frowned, his thick, dark eyebrows drawing together. I remembered one day I had offered to pluck a few of the stray hairs to make their shape perfect. He batted my hand away and told me they already were. He was right about that.
I'm making no sense?
He echoed.
How is that?
Over 1 year ago, you didn't give it. Why should you care now? As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I clamped my lips together. I had promised myself to leave well enough alone. But if I didn't have a bone to pick with this man? As always, he clammed up and looked as if he were biting his tongue not to give me a piece of his mind. I needed to stop harping on this. Jake hadn't loved me. At least not the way he'd led me to believe. Or maybe I've been the fool who'd blown things out of proportion and scared him away. He took a deep breath and met my gaze.
Whatever you may think of me, Tony, get this in your head. I do care. I'm not a cold-hearted... I don't want anything to happen to you or your friend.
I see. I took a huge bite out of my sandwich. A piece of lettuce slid out from between the bread slices and flopped onto my face. Chin accessory. Great look. I picked it off, put it on the plate, and struggled to chew the doughy mess I'd stuffed inside my mouth. I sneaked in a bit of milk to help me along. Jake raised an eyebrow, stole one of my potato chips, and ate it. I swallowed audibly and had to drink more milk to clear the lump in my throat. I was so sick of dancing around this issue. If I could learn anything from this, it should be to speak honestly and without shame, because trying to guess what the hell was on this man's mind was harder than learning sign language. Tell me something, Jake, and please be honest.
I'm always honest.
He spread both hands out and puffed his chest as if saying, "Look at all my honesty." I narrowed my eyes at him, afraid he was mocking me. Are you ever going to tell me why you left? He released a heavy sigh and stood, the chair scraping against the floor behind him. No, he said plainly, then turned and walked back to the sofa. I was on my feet, my impulses getting the best of me again. You're an... He kept walking as if I hadn't spoken, but I needed a reaction from him. Something. Anything. So I said the first thing that came to mind. I lied to you, Jake. There are so many things I never told you because I never trusted you all the way. He stopped, his silhouette freezing in the middle of the dark living room. Satisfaction washed over me. Yeah, that's right. I hope that hurts. I hope it makes you doubt everything we ever shared. Without turning to look at me, he said,
I deserve all the resentment you feel towards me.
I thought he would say more, but he just lay down on the sofa, becoming nothing but a big shadowy lump as he curled up to sleep. Cursing under my breath, I took my food and went back to my room. Tomorrow, he could go find someone else to protect. Rosalina and I didn't need him. Now that I had tried and failed to find Steven, those stupid kidnappers didn't have to worry about me spoiling their fun anymore, and everything could go back to normal. Chapter 25. When Rosalina and I woke up the next morning, Jake was gone. He had jotted a note and left it on the kitchen table.
Thank you both.
A phone number followed. Very eloquent, I said. Rosalina looked sheepish. He insisted on staying the night. I know. I got up to get something to eat and saw him. Thanks for the sandwich, by the way. It hit the spot. I rubbed my stomach. Also, it means breakfast's on me. While I cooked omelets and squeezed fresh orange juice, I told her about my conversation with Jake. Whoa, that's intense, she said, buttering a piece of toast. Do you really think he'll leave you alone now? He'd better. Well, one way or another, we need to get back to business, Triple T. Triple T? Yeah. Tony the Tiger or Tony the Tracker, either one works. I chuckled and drank some juice as Rosalina started ticking a list on her fingers. You need to find Selena's mate, 'cause he won't find himself. I need to get in touch with the insurance company to see what our claim status is on our laptops and damage. You need to take another trip to Farrowin for potion ingredients. Also, I need to get a few potential customers back on the schedule. Do you think it's safe going back to the office? Since I'm a complete failure and can't find Steven, yes, I think so. You're not a failure. Maybe when it comes to men, but not tracking. Gee, thanks for your support. You're welcome. What you do is not easy, nor is the price you pay for using your skill. I put my fork down and chewed slowly, thoughtfully. Rosalina frowned at me. What's going through your mind? I don't know. Just thinking about how weird it was. All the things I picked up during the trance. It was as if the people holding Steven were expecting someone like me. I mean, every tracker's different. Some are guided to the place. Others come up with town names or street names. Others use maps to figure out a general area. I'm sure there's 1,000 ways, some that wouldn't make sense to anyone but the trackers themselves. Few know how my skills work, but whoever is keeping Steven, they're covering all their bases. I saw nothing but darkness, Rosalina. There even was a smell that overpowered everything. What about your hearing? I shook my head. Just the constant hum of an engine, like he was in a car or something. Rosalina's perfect eyebrows rose. That actually makes sense. What do you mean? The kidnappers know that Erickson's gonna try to use trackers to find his son. So what if they're not keeping him in one place? What if they drive him to different locations? I nodded, my thoughts quickly catching up with hers. Better yet, what if they're keeping him on the move all the time? Yes, yes, yes! We're geniuses! Rosalina exclaimed. Not really. Should have figured it out right away. Duh! Rosalina waved a hand in my direction. Whatever. I fiddled with my hair, readjusting my ponytail. We're never gonna find him like that. I don't guess it's any of our business anymore. Just tell Jake and Yulfin about it, and let's get back to business. You're right. I tried to call Jake at the number he'd left on his note, but the call immediately went to voicemail. I left a message. Jake, call me back when you get a chance. After that, I found Yulfin Erickson's business card and dialed him. He answered on the first ring. I cleared my throat. Mr. Erickson, it's Tony Sunder. There was a lot of noise on the other side, people arguing.
Everybody, shut up,
Yulfin yelled. As if he were God and he'd just said, let there be silence, there was.
I'm sorry, Miss Sunder, please tell me, did you find Steven?
Yulfin's voice was high-pitched and urgent. I could tell he was trying to rein in his stress, but it bled through the speaker all the same. Wherever he was, he seemed to be dealing with a lot, and maybe he was hoping my call would temper the chaos. Too bad I didn't have good news. No, I didn't. He shouted in a booming voice that seemed to explode out of my telephone. I shuddered on my end of the line. His anger was almost palpable, as if he were standing next to me. Everything all right? Rosalina mouthed. I grimaced and gave a shrug.
I'm sorry.
Yulfin apologized again.
It's just, you were my last hope.
I could understand his desperation. Steven only had 2 more days to live. I'm not sure if this will help, I said. But I don't think they're keeping Steven in one place. I think they might be keeping him mobile, like in a vehicle of some kind. There was silence for a moment.
That kind of makes sense. That would explain why the 2 trackers I hired couldn't pinpoint a location. Any idea what kind of vehicle?
I'm sorry, no. Steven was on his own, and I felt responsible. I had failed him.
Anything else you can tell me that could help me find my son? Anything at all?
I'm afraid not. That's all I've got. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Thank you for trying.
I never thought I would feel sorry for Yulfin Erickson, but there it was. No one deserved what he was going through. Not even a major like him. While I got ready to go back to the office, a dark cloud seemed to hang over me. I kept seeing Stephen, his handsome face and open smile, his self-assured demeanor and straightforward way, his severed finger. He didn't deserve this. I should have tried harder. What if I'd missed something? When we got on our way, I felt glad to have work that would keep my mind from whirring like a clock on steroids. I drove my Camaro, and we made it to the office in 15 minutes. We approached cautiously, peeking through the glass window. Everything appeared to be just as we'd left it the last time we'd been here. What do you think? Will you feel safe by yourself? I asked Rosalina. Yeah, she nodded, glancing around, hands on her hips. It's daytime. There are people around. She gestured down the sidewalk at a couple walking arm in arm. A chocolate lab bounded in front of them, stretching its leash. It was a beautiful spring day, and there would be lots of people out and about, getting coffee, ice cream, and pizza. Okay, I'll head out to the Basilica to scout for Selena's mate. I feel pretty confident I'll find him. That's the attitude. I walked back to the car. The beautiful day had put a much-needed spring in my step. The air was crisp, the sun was shining, and I had someone to make happy today. Selena wouldn't have to worry about that butt wipe who broke her heart anymore. Once I found Mr. Morelli, and he melted into a puddle at her feet, her checkbook would cha-ching Rosalina and me straight into tracking stardom. Not to mention I would have enough money for my condo's down payment. The day called for driving with the top down. It felt amazing and reminded me of how much I missed driving, especially this car. My hair flew about and the sun sparkled on the hood and bounced off my sunglasses. I even splurged on a venti caramel frappuccino at a drive-thru, and by the time I parked and walked toward the Basilica, I felt almost back to normal. And the best part? I was doing great keeping both Jake and Stephen out of my mind, and ignoring the heavy weight of guilt on my back. Slurping my drink, I walked down Lindell Boulevard, assessing the area. Cathedral Basilica of St. Louis lay to my right. The church was a beautiful structure of symmetrical design, with a cupola in the middle and towers on either side. Two sets of wide steps led up to its elaborate stone three-arch entrance. The boulevard was pretty, with an ample tree-lined sidewalk. Several tall apartment buildings, a high school, and a few office buildings surrounded the church. Selena's mate could be in any of those places. He might live in one of the units. He might be a teacher at the high school. Or maybe he was a lawyer or accountant at one of the office buildings. The possibilities were endless. I enjoyed this part of tracking. It was easy, and I got to use all my senses. It could be time-consuming, but it relaxed me. Plus, I liked people watching. If it ever became an Olympic sport, I would win a gold medal. Or two. Spotting a cement bench, I sat and prepared for my stakeout. I had snacks in my shoulder pack, a book in case I got bored, a few games on my phone, and a pad to jot down notes if needed. I'd been sitting there 10 minutes when the church bell started to toll. I counted and inhaled deeply, taking in all the scents that surrounded me. Mostly it was flowers, mulch, and pine straw. The area had fantastic curb appeal. The sidewalks were fairly busy with the time of day. People walked up and down, going in and out of different buildings. Every time someone walked in front of me, my nose twitched as I took in their scent. A few of them gave me distrustful glances, probably thinking I had an overactive nose syndrome or something. But I was used to it. In high school, a guy I refused to kiss because he always had cantaloupe breath. I hate melons in general. Nicknamed me Bunny. He told everyone I was a lousy kisser, who wouldn't stop twitching her nose while ramming my tongue down his throat. Gratefully, the nickname didn't stick for more than a few weeks. 5 guys in suits, 2 of them quite good-looking, passed by, carrying briefcases and walking at a clipped pace. None of them had the scent I'd locked on during the trance. A group of kids in plaid uniforms sauntered down the sidewalk. I caught the scent of an array of perfumes from the girls, and weed and BO from the boys. Seriously, if they could afford a fancy high school, they could afford deodorant. Ew. A strange but pleasant scent hit me next. My eyes snapped toward its source. A fey male dressed in supple leather pants, boots, and no shirt strolled by with the grace of a dancer. I blinked up at his matching yellow hair and eyes. His features were delicate and extremely beautiful. His ears were pointed, sticking through strands of straight hair. A rare sight, to say the least. Fae preferred to stick to Elfheim and were rarely seen in our neck of the woods. Maybe he needed an accountant to keep track of his gold. I snickered. An hour later, I'd started to get restless, thinking about Rosalina, alone at the office, Stephen, Jake, and Tom, who was still at the hospital. With a sigh, I dialed the agency. Rosalina answered right away and reassured me everything was okay. After that, I called the hospital to ask about Tom's condition, but they wouldn't give me any information because of stupid privacy regulations. I would have to go and find out personally. I cursed under my breath, trying to refocus on my job. Normally, I could sit watching people for hours, but my mind kept wandering off. To help me pay better attention, I started playing a game I enjoyed, guessing strangers' names, what they did, and where they worked. For instance, the guy a few yards down the sidewalk, the one sweeping the church steps with his back to me. He wore all black, slacks and shirt, and had a cloud of dust around him that made my nose triple twitch. I pinched it to avoid sneezing and kept watching him. I got the feeling, judging by his clothes, that sweeping wasn't his job, and maybe he had taken to the task as an excuse to be outside on this beautiful day. Unless I was way off and he was some sort of emo janitor who went by the name of Thorn and wore heavy eyeliner. The guy stamped his broom against the ground, set it aside, and walked away from the little pile of debris he'd gathered. Placing his hands on his hips, he faced the church and glanced up at its emerald green cupola. He wore a proud smile on his face. He was about 35, handsome, tall and clean-shaven with perfectly trimmed hair, and he was wearing a clerical collar. Ah, so not an emo janitor, but a priest who was very proud of his place of worship. As the cloud of dust around him dissipated, and the wind blew in my direction from the church, the scent I'd been searching for suddenly hit me. No, it couldn't be. Why did my luck have to suck? Selena's mate was a priest. Now what? Chapter 26. Not good. Not good at all. I picked up the phone and dialed Rosalina. He's a priest, I said, a bit hysterically. What were the odds? Huh? Who's a priest? Selena's mate. Rosalina gasped. Exactly. What do we do? She asked. I don't know. That's why I'm calling. I can't pull a man away from his calling to serve the Lord. I just can't. It's all kinds of screwed up. But they're mates. Once he meets her, he'll be too busy slobbering all over his hot lady to remember his calling, right? I stood and started pacing in front of the bench. Maybe. Okay, so you find another one. I'm not sure there's another in St. Louis, and I don't want to ask her for more tears. It was hard the first time around, plus it'll look unprofessional. Gah. I guess I will have to tell her we couldn't find anyone. Rosalina groaned. What? I called her this morning and told her that you had. I collapsed back on the bench. Then I'll have to tell her I made a mistake or something. That'll look unprofessional too, and won't be good for the reputation we're trying to build. She'll tell everyone in her circles that we're useless. I pulled at my hair, my frustration mounting. We couldn't let that happen. Moving into a tier of more exclusive customers was crucial to our business plan. I could only serve a few clients a month, and it would be impossible to stay afloat for long any other way. Our little savings wouldn't last, and my new place? I would have to give it up. I stomped my foot and pulled at my hair again. It's your decision, Tony, Rosalina said. I'll be okay with whatever you choose to do. I couldn't fail Rosalina. She'd put all her trust in me. Maybe the guy was miserable being a priest. Celibacy sucked. I could attest to that. Maybe if I...
Are you all right?
A melodious voice asked from my left. I glanced up to find Selena's priest standing next to the bench. He wore a concerned expression and seemed ready to offer help to save me from whatever evils plagued my life. And his face was so kind and wise-looking that I had no doubt he could rescue me from the very claws of deadly sin. Tony? Rosalina said on the other end of the line. Let me call you back. I pressed the end button and turned to the priest. Hi. He smiled, his hands clasped in front of him. He had gentle brown eyes that immediately inspired trust.
I couldn't help but notice your distress, and I thought perhaps I could be of assistance. May I?
He inclined his head toward the bench. I scooted over a bit to give him more room. Sure. He sat and took a big, deep breath, looking content.
Gorgeous spring day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know what to say. I'd never talked to a priest before. I wasn't a religious person. Regardless, I sensed this man was made out of something wholesome. I'm done for. I would have to give Selena's money back. I couldn't sow doubt in this man's heart, because that was exactly what would happen. If he met Selena, he would immediately be torn between his current life of service and the possibility of a different kind of happiness. He glanced toward me.
I noticed you've been sitting here a while. What's your name?
Tony?
My name is Vincent. I'm a priest at the Basilica.
I figured that much. He sheepishly touched his collar and smiled with such gentleness I felt my heart melt into a puddle of toffee, which would take hours to scrape off the bottom of my chest. Sheesh. The man held the power of 1,000 cute puppies packed into one set of brown eyes. One look at this man and Selena would turn into a priest-eating, God-defying lunatic. She probably wouldn't stop until she'd torn the tunics off his back and ravaged him on the spot.
What brings you here?
He asked.
I haven't seen you before. Do you live in one of the apartments? A new tenant, perhaps?
He glanced toward the tall building across from the cathedral. No, I was here looking for someone. Part of my job.
I see.
It's not going well, though. He nodded.
Is there anything I can do to help?
If he only knew. I pondered whether to tell him, warring with my feelings for selfish self-preservation and the desire to do the right thing for someone else. Not really, I said at last. He frowned.
I sense you're not being honest.
Okay, that had to be like some sort of superpower. Maybe he was a skew of some kind, though I wasn't getting a special scent from him. He smelled totally human. Maybe he was just wise beyond his years. Well, it's hard, I said. See, there's a choice I have to make, and I'm struggling with it because it could change someone's life drastically. He made a contemplative sound in the back of his throat, then said,
I guess you should ask yourself, would it change their life for the better?
There's really no way of telling. It might. It might not. I think it would make them happy in a way, but it also might leave them with doubts and regrets for the rest of their life. He rubbed his chin.
Interesting dilemma you have.
Now you see why I'm so frustrated?
I do.
He paused.
Well, as a priest, I sometimes have to face these types of situations. There are things people tell me during confession that require stern advice and warnings. Sometimes the things I hear are a burden on me, but I have to trust in God and His plan. So, I listen, advise the best I can, and leave the rest in God's hands.
He's not making this easier. He shifted to face me.
It sort of feels this choice is a burden on you as well. Why is that?
I decided to put all the cards on the table so he could lay it on me a bit thicker. Because I stand to gain something from it.
Ah, a moral dilemma, truly.
You got that right.
Well, child.
He gave me those gentle puppy eyes again, making me feel terrible.
This speaks to the strength of your character. Most people wouldn't hesitate to put themselves first.
Oh, hell. I sighed, my mind made up. I couldn't do this to him. I just couldn't. For some stupid reason, tears pooled in my eyes. I swallowed hard and blinked rapidly.
It'll be okay.
He patted my hand, which rested on the bench. I know, I sniffled, feeling proud of myself for holding back the tears. Thanks for your help.
But I didn't do anything.
You did. I picked up my bag from the ground, stood, and slung it over my shoulder. It was great meeting you, Father.
You can call me Vincent.
He stood and put out a hand. I shook it, feeling better as the decision settled, and I accepted it. Rosalina and I would find another way to keep the agency afloat, without wrecking anyone's life, especially this man's. I turned to leave, then stopped, a thought striking me. Are you busy right now? He hooked a thumb toward the church steps.
I was sweeping.
He gave me a charming smile that would make any woman wish he would give up God and go rogue. There's a friend of mine. He's in the hospital. I know it would mean a great deal to him if you came to see him and talk to him. My voice broke. Tom was Catholic, and maybe Vincent could give him the strength to power toward recovery. Surely they had priests at the hospital, but none as special as Vincent, I was sure. If the tears weren't making a comeback. Too much was going on, and my emotions were a complete wreck. I had to give myself credit, though. At least I wasn't hiding under my bed counting dust bunnies.
It would be my honor to visit your friend,
Vincent said.
Were you going there now?
I nodded.
Then let's go.
Chapter 27. By the time Vincent and I left the hospital, it was past lunchtime. They hadn't let me go in to see the detective, but they'd allowed Vincent, since he had credentials for such things. I sat in the waiting area, fiddling with my bag strap until he came out. He reassured me that even though Tom was in critical condition, he had seemed like the kind of man who didn't give up, and he had a feeling the detective would be all right. I thanked him for taking the time out of his day to visit my friend.
It was nothing. I'll make sure to visit him every day,
Vincent had said as I dropped him off by the basilica. After that, I drove around for a bit to clear my head and find a place for lunch. My stomach was queasy, but I knew if I didn't eat, I would get a major headache and wouldn't feel like going back to the office to deal with the fallout of my oh-so-selfless decision. I was feeling down in the dumps, so I decided to treat myself to Pizza A Go-Go, a great place that had been in business since the 60s and served New York-style pizza cash only. Their tiny parking lot was packed, so I parked a block down and started walking toward the restaurant. I'd almost gotten there when a black car with tinted windows pulled up next to me. It caught my attention because, as it appeared in my peripheral vision, the thing kept going and going and going until it stopped. A limousine. That thing is long. I wondered if the occupant needed to compensate for something. Snickering, I continued on my way, trying to decide whether I wanted pepperoni or sausage. The driver got out of the limousine. He wore a black suit and looked as thick as a bouncer from an exclusive nightclub. He had dark brown eyes, pale skin, a shaved head, and a well-trimmed goatee. I thought he would open the door to let the limousine passengers out, but instead, he walked up to me, making eye contact. Reflexively, I came to an abrupt stop and glanced all around, feeling threatened. He stopped a few paces away and respectfully inclined his head.
Good afternoon, Miss Sunder. My name is Bertram, and my mistress would like to talk to you.
He had a deep voice with a vague German accent. Your mistress?
Yes, Bernadetta Fiore. I'm sure you've heard of her.
Now my eyeballs really started shifting all around, searching for an escape. My palms began to sweat and my heart climbed into my throat. She had sent 2 people to kidnap me and they'd failed. Had she decided to take matters into her own hands? I'm afraid I have nothing to discuss with your mistress. I sidestepped, trying to walk around the driver. He sidestepped too, blocking my path.
She insists.
Bertram gave me a cold smile that made it clear he and his mistress wouldn't take no for an answer. I opened my mouth, maybe to scream. I wasn't sure. But the limousine's back window slid open with a hiss, and a pair of slightly glowing red eyes peered at me from the dark interior. And all I could do was stare.
Miss Sunder,
a deep feminine voice said from inside.
I would come out and introduce myself, but the sun makes it impossible. Would you mind stepping in to talk to me for a moment? I promise it won't take long.
The voice sounded refined and calm. It enunciated every word, pronouncing the syllables with care. Something in the timbre made me think of an older person, someone who had first learned to speak when words carried weight. I knew the dark Donna had been a vampire for hundreds of years, but that wasn't the only reason for her arresting voice. Something else made it hard to ignore. An allure that probably had everything to do with her vampire skills, and not her ancient. I wondered, when she'd been bitten and created, if she'd been willing or a victim. Some stales thought werewolves were created the same way, but that was ridiculous. Werewolves were born, not bitten. Against my will, I found my feet shuffling toward the car. Bertram opened the door, and before I knew it, I was sitting across from the most stunning creature I'd ever seen in my life. The limousine door slammed shut, and the tinted window automatically went up. Bernadetta Fiore appeared in the newspapers enough so any self-respecting St. Louis resident had seen her likeness gracing the social column. I'd known of her beauty, but what I'd seen in photographs paled in comparison to real life. She had jet black hair and skin as smooth as marble. I expected her to be pale, but she had an olive complexion much like mine. Inside the car, her eyes didn't glow red but appeared perfectly black. Her full mouth sported nude lipstick, and her long lashes fluttered like tranquil butterflies. She wore black leather pants stuffed into boots, with 4-inch heels, a midnight blue top with a low square neckline, and an honest-to-God cloak pinned together at her throat by an elaborate silver brooch encrusted with rubies. She appeared slight and short, maybe 5'1", another thing I'd misjudged from the papers. Still, her small body oozed control, calculated judgment, and latent strength. My heart skipped around like a jackrabbit. I pressed a hand to my chest, feeling as if I could somehow keep it from punching a hole through my ribs and skidding into the limousine's carpeted floor like a yummy treat for the vampiress. My skin started to itch like crazy, but I refrained from scratching. I seriously needed to go see a dermatologist, but who has money for that? I glanced around the limousine's interior to distract myself. 4 massive cream leather bucket seats, 2 facing each other, occupied most of the space. Chestnut-colored wood polished to a shine accentuated a minibar and a mounted monitor displaying a company logo that read Fiore Enterprises.
I am so sorry to inconvenience you in this manner,
Bernadetta said, inclining her head. It's okay. No problem. I was just going in to get me some pepperoni pizza, or maybe sausage. I can't decide. Anyway, I have nothing pressing on my calendar, and Oh, shut up already, Tony. If the vamp didn't already have thoughts of slashing my throat and draining me dry, all my rambling would surely give her the idea.
Good,
she said, illustrating what a verbal wreck I was with her succinctness. A slow smile spread over her Kylie Jenner lips. I resisted the urge to say anything else and waited for the Dark Donna to initiate conversation. She'd been the one to seek me out, after all.
It has come to my attention that you are working with Ulfin Eriksson, and I assume it has something to do with his son's disappearance.
I hugged my shoulder bag tightly to my stomach. Well, you see, I clenched my lips together, aware of the fact that my verbal wreck had turned into a pile-up, one of those that happen on bad snow days. She had kidnapped Ulfin's son and wanted to know if I'd found out where she was keeping him. Nope. No, ma'am. I didn't find anything out. You hid him well. That's what I should have said, except for the last part, of course. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. A strangely familiar sweet, warm scent combined with the metallic sharpness of blood filled my head. I'd been so busy trying not to pee my pants that I hadn't noticed the stomach-churning odor. My poor bladder almost let go as I remembered where I'd sensed something similar. Oh, crap. My eyes darted toward the door handle. Would I be able to move fast enough to jump out of the car before Bernadetta pinned me to the seat and ate me for lunch? I doubted it. Vampires could move at preternatural speeds. I had never seen one do it, but it was common knowledge. Bernadetta gave me a raised eyebrow.
I take that as a yes.
Yes? I squeaked. But I didn't find him. The last few words rushed out of my mouth like bullets. The vamp narrowed her eyes. They pierced through me like needles, making me feel bare and unhinged as if my joints had turned to rubber.
You tell the truth,
she said. Not a question, but a statement. Always. I always tell the truth. It's like a compulsion. Like I can't help myself. People ask me stuff and I just tell them everything. Sometimes I think there's something wrong with me and Bernadetta's teeth snapped together once as if saying, enough. I shut my mouth. Holy witch lights! What was wrong with me? I'd just told her a big fat lie as I tried to convince her that I spoke nothing but the truth. Man, could today get any worse?
Not that it matters what you think,
she said, looking me up and down as if I wasn't worth the air I breathed.
But I did not kidnap Stephen Eriksson. Somebody wants to start a war, and it's not me. I like the way things are.
Yeah, right. Who was the liar now? The limousine reeked of that same overpowering scent I'd spotted during my trance.
Ulfin needs to look elsewhere,
she added.
And he needs to find better trackers.
Excuse me? That got my hackles up. I'm a good tracker. Stephen was the only known mark I'd been unable to find, and only because an evil vamp was involved. She leaned forward in her seat, making the huge car shrink with her closeness.
Tell him to leave me alone, or there will be war.
Tell him yourself, I snapped, surprising myself. I was scared, but I'd had it. I was done with being intimidated by her, or anyone else for that matter. I already had enough to worry about to add a deranged vamp to the list. I don't work for him, I added. I was trying to do him a favor because I know his son. That is all. So leave me out of it. She reassessed me, leaning back and letting her gaze travel the length of my body. After a moment, she said, "Then let me give you some advice. Be careful who you do favors for. It will do you no good to get involved in things you don't understand. You might get yourself killed." Is that a threat? Bernadetta chuckled deep in her throat. I don't do threats, Miss Sunter. When something bothers me, I simply take care of it. Have a good day. As she said the words, Bertram opened the door and sunlight cut through the door. The vamp pushed back in her seat. I let out a pent-up breath and would have hugged the particles of light if I'd been able to. I'm alive! I'm alive! Apparently, the Dark Donna didn't stoop to personally killing little peons like me. She preferred others to get their hands dirty, thank goodness. I jumped out and without a glance back, hurried back toward my car. I had completely lost my appetite. Chapter 28. I drove back to the office on autopilot. I parked a few spaces down from the front door, shut the engine off, and went limp in my seat. Maybe packing and moving to where nobody knew me was the real answer to everything. I could FaceTime with Rosalina and my family. They might hate me for being a coward, but at least I would be alive and safe from all St. Louis's skew bad. I could get a job as a barista. My biggest worry tracking the hazelnut creamer on the shelves. It would certainly be a lot easier than this mess. I'd almost convinced myself this was the worst idea in the world when Jake walked up to the car. He knocked on the glass twice, even though I saw him coming. I heaved a sigh. China, here I come. He wore his customary tight jeans, a black t-shirt that didn't seem to have enough fabric around the biceps, and a pair of very expensive-looking boots. I stared at his left pec for a second, which seemed on the verge of talking to me as it flexed. Flipping my hair, I forced my gaze upward and found purple circles under his tired eyes. As a werewolf, Jake could go without sleep for days before it started to affect him. From the looks of it, he'd probably gone without it for weeks, which meant he hadn't really slept on Rosalina's couch last night. His hair was tousled as if he'd been running his fingers through it, trying to pull it out. I bit my lower lip at the disheveled look as it reminded me of mornings when we woke up together. I shook the errant thought away. Any news about Stephen? I asked. He shook his head. I got your message. I was busy and couldn't call back. What is it? Oh, yeah. With everything that had been going on, I'd forgotten about it. I glanced around, worried this might not be the best place to discuss dark things like kidnappings and vampire threats. We shouldn't talk here. Have you eaten lunch? I haven't, and I'm starving. I'm starving too. How about pizza? I gestured across the street. Perfect. Let me check on Rosalina first. I'll meet you there. He walked away, and I tried to resist the urge to glance over my shoulder and check out his. I failed. The jeans fit him perfectly. They were well worn with faded lines and the shape of his wallet in one of the pockets. He walked with not quite a swagger, but something that spoke of his infinite confidence. I tore my eyes away from him and went into the office. Rosalina was on her cell phone, scribbling notes furiously on a yellow pad. She held up one finger and I waited for her to hang up. After a minute, she disconnected the call, set her pen down, and reclined on her chair with an expression of relief. That was the insurance company, she said. The adjuster was here earlier, and he has just approved payment for our laptops, damaged ingredients, and other repairs. She picked up a credit card from the top of the desk and shook it with delight. Now I can go to the store and load this baby up with some new Macs. We'll be back in business in no time. I put on a smile that probably looked more like a cringe. Oh no. Rosalina stood and walked toward me. She put her hands on my shoulders. You decided to condemn the man to a life of celibacy, didn't you? I didn't have to explain myself. She knew me too well not to guess what I'd done. I talked to him. He's happy doing what he does, and not only that, he's good at it. I get the feeling he's the kind of man who makes a difference wherever he goes. Want me to do it? I have no qualms about it. He'll be happy either way. No, it might be bad karma. Her mouth twisted to one side. I hate to see you lose your condo, and things are getting a bit tight around here. I searched her face, feeling wretched. You know what? You're right. She waved her hand around. You have to live by your principles, otherwise the job will make you unhappy, and that's not worth it. Tears pricked the back of my eyes. Thank you for understanding. It'll be okay. I have 2 customers lined up. One is coming later this afternoon at 3:30. He's not as high profile, but we need customers. Jim Morris referred him. Jim Morris was the neighborhood bachelor I'd set up soon after we opened the agency. That's great. I gave her a 100% genuine smile. She walked back to the desk and grabbed her purse. I guess I'll run to the mall. I let her go without telling her about my impending lunch with Jake. For some reason, the thought of sitting with him, just the 2 of us, made me nervous. So far, we'd mostly talked about Stephen and his kidnapping. Would other things, personal ones, come up while we ate? I was torn between running there or calling to tell him something had come up. In the end, my urge to be close to him won, and I locked the office and walked across the street. Jake sat in a booth at the corner. From the looks of it, he'd already ordered our drinks and an appetizer. I approached hesitantly. He was staring at his clasped hands, which rested on top of the table. I knew the intense expression well. His deep concentration told me he might be trying to figure something out. He glanced up when I slid into the booth.
I ordered you an orange soda and garlic knots,
he said. A lump rose in my throat. He still remembered my favorites. Few people knew so many things about me. Jake's leaving had taught me not to open up to people, and I'd forgotten how good it felt to have someone who cared about the little things that made me happy. Thank you. I took a sip of the soda. It was cold, tangy, and sparkly, just the way I liked it. The garlic knots were crunchy and buttery on the outside and gooey on the inside. Yum. I ordered lasagna because pizza reminded me of Bernadetta, and Jake got a meat lover's pie. We sat in awkward silence after the waiter left, looking at everything except each other.
So, what did you want to tell me?
His voice sounded both hopeful and scared at the same time, which made me wonder what he was expecting to hear. Something of a personal nature, perhaps? Oh, get a grip, Tony. He only cares about Stephen. He'd made it very clear last night that he had no intention of talking about us at all. I don't know if this will help, I started. But as I thought about how things felt while I tracked Stephen, it occurred to me that maybe they're not keeping him at a fixed location. I got the impression that maybe they're constantly moving him.
You mean they aren't keeping him in one place for long?
I shook my head. No, I mean it feels like he's constantly on the move. I think maybe they're keeping him in a moving vehicle. Jake said under his breath.
No wonder no one can find him.
He ran his fingers through his already messy hair. managing to flatten a lock that had been standing at an odd angle.
I have been all over the city, trying to catch Stephen's scent at locations that belong to Yulfin's worst enemies. I've spent hours researching real estate records and driving all over town. It was all a waste of time.
He clenched his teeth and a muscle jumped in his jaw. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, making a monumental effort to control his frustration and anger. "Don't be so hard on yourself," I said. "You're doing your best. There's no way you could have known." Jake shook himself, forcing away all emotion.
Did you tell Yulfin?
I did.
Hopefully this will give him some ideas. I'm afraid I'm fresh out of them.
I hesitated, wondering if I should tell him about the Dark Donna. She was a dangerous creature, and I didn't want Jake to get in trouble with her and her people. But I reminded myself that it wasn't my job to take care of him. He was a big boy and had already been prying in all the wrong places. Giving him accurate information might do some good. "There's something else," I said. He straightened.
What?
"I'm pretty sure Bernadetta Fiore is involved. I mean, she's the prime suspect already, but I think I have proof. Sort of."
Go on,
he said. "I had a very unpleasant meeting with her today." Jake did a slow blink and spoke with forced calm.
Please explain.
"She pretty much mini-kidnapped me into her big-ass limousine."
What?
Jake's body trembled on the spot, and I feared he might shift right on top of his garlic knots. I stared wide-eyed, my heartbeat kicking up a notch. Clearly, he was on edge, literally teetering at the brink of going postal. He seriously needed a nap. He regained his control by taking a deep breath and closing his eyes for a few seconds.
Are you all right? Did she hurt you?
He asked, opening his eyes. "No, she didn't hurt me. In fact," I frowned. "She was mostly polite. She tried to deny having anything to do with Stephen's disappearance, but she was lying."
What makes you say that?
I shrugged. "My skill?" Anytime Jake asked these types of questions, I gave him the same answer. I never offered any specifics about how I knew things after tracking someone. He had no idea it involved my senses, so I couldn't tell him about the scent in Bernadetta's limousine. He made a disgusted sound in the back of his throat. When we'd worked together, I hadn't felt comfortable with my skills and its consequences. Not enough to trust anyone with the truth, especially those closest to me. The first time I tracked someone, the side effects scared the crap out of me, which made me cagey, defensive, and afraid my family and Jake would forbid me to use them. I had begged Nona not to tell anyone and assured her I wouldn't track anyone without help. Since she lived in New York City, it had been easy to lie. Now it was different. I never came out of a trance or suffered through my lack of senses alone. Rosalina always kept me company and figured out a way to make things bearable, even coming up with the idea of learning sign language together. There was no one else in the world I could trust or feel comfortable with while in that vulnerable state. Not to mention, I didn't want to be a burden on anyone for any length of time, no matter how brief. Like before, Jake wasn't pleased with my evasive answer. He pursed his lips and leaned back on the booth. The waiter came with our food. Steam and delicious scent rose from it. I practically inhaled half of my serving, while Jake poked at his pie with disinterest. "You should eat," I said. "You look like..." He chuckled, taking no offense, and started eating. I told him about Tom and the priest. He seemed relieved when I mentioned Tom showed good signs of recovering. Then we went silent again. Feeling the pressure of our awkwardness, I let curiosity get the best of me and asked, "Where did you go, Jake?" I thought he might brush away the question, but he didn't.
New Orleans. Remember Caden Smith? He lives there.
Caden had been my brother and Jake's classmate through high school. They'd been inseparable. All three popular skews who played varsity and had gaggles of girls chasing after them. I've never been to New Orleans, I said. I need to visit. It was one of those cities on my list of places to scout for new scents, sounds, and insights. It would certainly expand my options and the likelihood of finding mates. Every new place I managed to visit had a great impact on my success rate.
It's a great place,
Jake said.
Awesome food, incredible nightlife, very unique.
Did something there prompt you to start your PI business? He pushed a piece of toasty sausage to the edge of his plate, reminding me what a picky eater he could be.
Nah, I got that idea here, after we found Emily Garner. Returning her to her family felt amazing.
Yes, it did. I still remembered her parents' faces when we walked into the police station, Jake cradling Emily in his arms. It had been as if we'd not only rescued the little girl, but her entire family as well. That day, we gave them back more than just a child. We gave them back hope, and we'd done that together, combining our skills and smarts to accomplish it.
I've helped other people, and it's felt just as good every time.
He set his fork down.
Then I heard about Stephen. He spent some time in New Orleans with Caden and me. He was trying to get away from his father and get over a certain relationship.
I never thought Stephen would have to get over me. I wasn't happy about the way our relationship ended, but I couldn't say he had affected me much. I liked Stephen, and maybe if we'd been allowed to keep seeing each other, I would have eventually developed feelings for him, but that hadn't been the case. Everyone loves at different rates, I suppose.
I wish he hadn't returned to St. Louis.
Jake continued.
Then this wouldn't have happened. But Yule Thing called him back, told him I needed him here, that it was time he took up his heir responsibilities.
Ironically, if Stephen hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been sitting there with Jake, aching to ask him all the questions he didn't want to answer.
What about you?
Jake asked.
How long since you opened the agency?
Almost a year ago?
Do you like what you do?
I felt the judgment in his voice. Finding somebody's mate compared to returning a child to her parents didn't score high in his book. And yeah, I had to admit that on a scale of Mother Teresa to Hitler, my new job leaned a little right from the middle. Still, that didn't make me a bad person. I was still helping others find their happiness while I kept mine. I do like it, I said. I've also helped people and it felt good. Best of all, I'm doing what's best for me. If you think that makes me selfish, then I guess I am. Jake reached across the table and grabbed my hand, surprising me. The touch sent a thrill up my arm that made me catch my breath. I froze, unable to pull away as his thumb went back and forth over my knuckles.
I've been unfair to you,
he said, his voice a low whisper that reminded me of many intimate moments.
I'm sorry about that. It's not my place to judge you. Your life is yours to live, and
He swallowed, making it evident that this was hard for him.
I have no business sticking my nose in it. You should be safe now, I trust. No one should bother you anymore. I'm glad you were clear about Yulfin with that vamp. She had no business trying to intimidate you like that. I'll call him and tell him about your run-in with the Dark Donna. Try to get back to normal. If my presence next door bothers you, I'll leave. Find another place. Though I am in St. Louis to stay.
He pulled his hand away, and I had to slide mine under the table to stop from reaching back. His touch opened a door that I'd slammed shut many months ago, and everything I'd crammed in there came spilling out like junk from an overstuffed closet. All it had taken was the electrifying brush of his skin against mine to shatter the lies I'd been telling myself all along. I was not over Jacob Knight. Not by a long shot. In that moment of realization, I wanted to tell him to get the hell away from me, to go and find another place in the nether regions of St. Louis, somewhere the sun didn't shine, so I would never have to see him again and be reminded of what a weak, pathetic, self-defeating woman I was. But if I did that, he would realize he still had power over me, and if I wasn't too proud to let him see that. So I put on a smile and lied through my teeth. It's fine, Jake. It doesn't bother me. Not really. My tone was cold and detached, and I waved my hand around carelessly. I doubt we'll be seeing much of each other anyway, since we are in such different lines of business. Jake's eyes tightened, and he watched me closely as I spoke. When I was done, a smile stretched slowly over his chiseled lips, and a know-it-all expression shaped his face. "What's so funny?" I asked. He turned his mouth upside down and shook his head.
Nothing. It's just, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I mimicked his sarcastic smile. This seemed to be the way frenemies got along, spewing blatant lies at each other while pretending to believe them. Despite everything, I felt I would be able to handle his closeness, and if I turned out to be wrong, St. Louis was a big city. I could find another place to operate. I had plans to move up the social scale anyway, so other areas of the city would be more appropriate for the clientele that would soon overfill my agenda. That evening, I went to kickboxing class and imagined Jake's face stamped on the punching bag. I had a hell of a workout and got all my aggression out. I'd done what I could to try to help. Now, I could go back to normal. Chapter 29. At the end of the day, as soon as we got to Rosalina's place, I fed Cupid his pellets and crawled into bed without eating dinner, feeling emotionally exhausted. Too much had happened in the expanse of a few days, and even though Rosalina suggested takeout, my only thoughts were of fluffy pillows and cozy blankets. I closed my eyes as the events of the day played in my head like a movie in an infinite loop. I kept feeling Jake's fingers caressing my knuckles, while his intense silver eyes peered into my soul. I grew hot all over, remembering the first time we had sex. It had been perfect. He had made sure of it.
I want you to always remember today as the most special day of your life.
He'd whispered in my ear as we sat on a luscious bed at the Four Seasons Hotel, a backdrop of the gateway arch in our window. More than once before that night, I'd asked him to take me in the back of his pickup truck as we made out. We'd come close, but he'd been a lot stronger than me, and made good on his promise to make my first time memorable. For a while now, I hadn't tortured myself with memories of that night and others that followed. But since his simple touch had opened that door, I found myself in that luxurious room again. The sheets were white, soft cotton. I wore a strappy black dress and high-heel shoes, the same outfit I'd worn to prom. Jake wore a dark gray suit and looked breathtaking. He seduced me carefully and perfectly, starting from the moment he picked me up at home to the instant our bodies became one. All night his hands lingered on me, on my waist, my hips, the nape of my neck. He dispensed kisses that were sensual and sweet all at the same time. And by the time we were alone, my desire had reached its peak and his touch was like hot flames on my skin. That night was indeed the most special of my life, and I both loved and hated Jake for giving it to me. He had ruined me. That night, and all he meant to me, was the reason I'd been incapable of getting close to anyone. No one could measure up to that. especially because I'd been so madly in love with him. "You loved that man like in the books and the movies," Mom had said to me once. "It wasn't healthy. Good riddance." I would have given my life for him. I would have borne his babies, a whole litter of half-werewolves. Instead, he'd torn my heart out. I tossed and turned in bed, struggling to get him out of my mind and calm down my overactive hormones, until I finally went to sleep.
Tony.
The hum of an engine filled my ears, loud and incessant. My sense of hearing felt overwhelmed, and it seemed to be the only one functioning properly. I couldn't smell anything. I couldn't see anything either. Was this a trance? I didn't remember taking a potion.
Tony.
Tires against pavement, rattling of metal, squeak of brakes, blaring of horns, maddening, like being right in the middle of an interstate at the very top of rush hour. Weaving through the nonstop cacophony, a voice fought to rise above.
Tony!
I could barely perceive it, but it seemed the voice was calling my name. I tried to hone in on it. The voice was familiar. I'd heard it before, but I couldn't place it.
Tony, is that you?
My breath caught. Stephen! Yes, it's me. My arms flailed in the darkness, trying to find him. Where are you? My heart hammered. He was close by.
Please, help me,
he begged. I had to be in a trance. Had to be. It was the only explanation, and somehow, Stephen knew I'd come looking for him. I'm trying to find you, I said. Where are you?
I'm here,
he screamed. I whirled, following the raw sound of his voice. I stumbled forward, hands in front of me. That scent suddenly saturated the air, sweet and warm, coating my throat. My hands got hold of something. I felt around. A person. Stephen? He said nothing. I kept feeling with my hands, moving them upward. They reached what felt like a collarbone, a neck, a face. It was wet and sticky. I pulled back, wishing I could see in this blackness. As the wish materialized, so did my sight. It came back gradually. I blinked, held my hands closer to my face. Darkness still surrounded me, but I could make out shapes. I wiggled my fingers. Something dark was smeared on them. Then I saw color. Red. Red, sticky blood. Shaking all over, I lowered my hands. A figure etched in darkness stood in front of me. My heart hammered. Stephen? I murmured, lips trembling. The figure stepped forward and his face became visible. I pressed a wet, sticky hand to my mouth to hold back a scream. It was Stephen. I could tell even though his face was a bloody mess. A cut ran across his eyebrow, dripping blood onto a swollen shut eye. His lower lip was busted and streaks of red ran down his chin.
Help me.
He took a step closer.
Help me.
Another step.
Help me.
He stopped a foot away from me and held up his hands.
Look at what they've done to me. Why won't you help me?
All of his fingers were missing, and only bloody, bloated stumps remained. Oh, God! Vomit burned in my throat.
Louisilla,
Stephen said. Then he reached for my throat with his mutilated hands. I screamed and screamed and screamed. In the next instant, everything went dark and silent. Someone grabbed my shoulders. I screamed again and flung my arms out, knocking the hands away. I lost my balance and fell with a thud. Desperately, I crawled away on my hands and knees until I reached a barrier. My head and my heart pounded out of control. I felt around, fingers fumbling, trying to find an exit. But I'd ran into a wall. I felt along its length until I reached the corner. There was no escape. I pressed my back against the corner and huddled there, hugging my legs, burying my face in my knees. I waited for Stephen, or whoever, to yank me to my feet and what? I didn't know. I sobbed into my legs, my body trembling with tension as I anticipated the worst. Minutes ticked by. Nothing happened. I still couldn't hear or see anything. I don't know how long I spent in that position, but when the gentle sound of birdsong reached my ears, I opened my eyes to find I was cowering in the corner of my room, with Rosalina sitting on the bed, watching me closely. "Tony?" She said my name carefully, as if afraid I would break. Tears of relief spilled down my cheeks. She approached carefully, making no sudden movements as if I were a skittish cat. When she reached me, she wrapped me tightly in her arms and rocked me back and forth until my tears ran out. Chapter 30. "I heard you screaming," Rosalina said. We sat on the sofa nursing identical cups of tea. I had calmed down and taken a hot shower that had succeeded in making me feel half human again. "So, I ran into your room. You were sitting up in bed, wailing. I tried talking to you, but I think you couldn't hear me. When I touched you, you jumped off the bed and crawled to the corner. You couldn't see me. Your eyes were blank, just like when you come out of a trance." Her words made me shake as I remembered the panic. Rosalina laid her hand on mine. "Are you okay? We don't have to talk about this if you're not ready." "No, it's fine. I want to understand what happened." "It was more than a nightmare, I can tell you that. You were blind and deaf, Tony." I nodded, feeling the truth of her words. "What if, somehow, you put yourself in a trance during your sleep?" I set my teacup on the coffee table. "Maybe. But that's never happened before." "No. But skew powers are known to change with time." The possibility of not being able to control the trance scared the crap out of me. I might never sleep again. Rosalina half winced. "I'm afraid to ask, but what did you see?" Pushing through my fear, I told her everything, sparing no details. When I finished and glanced up at her face, she was pale. Or her version of pale, anyway. Her beautiful tan skin looked as if someone had turned off its golden glow. "That had to be a nightmare. You weren't really there, right?" she asked, doubtfully. "I don't know. It felt so real. All the sounds and that smell. What do you think that word he said means?" Rosalina shook her head. "I have no idea. Maybe we should Google it." She went for her phone, which rested on the arm of the sofa. "How do you think it's spelled?" I shrugged. Lusiola? Quickly, she typed the letters into the search box, then glanced up. "Apparently, it's a city in Kenya. Do you think that's where Stephen is?" "No. For some reason, I had the feeling he was near. Maybe it's spelled differently. What if you try Luciola? She used Google again. "A genus of flashing fireflies," she read. "That helps me as much as saying a constellation of neutron stars." Rosalina gave me worried eyes and confused me with her analogy. She was too smart for me. "Maybe you just had a nightmare after all. A very lucid one." The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced it wasn't. Maybe this word will mean something to Jake. Rosalina sighed. "Do you feel up to working today?" "Yeah, I think so. I need something to take my mind off things. All right, let's get ready and go. Oh, by the way, your mom called several times. She wants you to call her back. She sounded pretty insistent. Yeah, she's been pestering me about coming to eat lunch. She's making me tortellini. I'll call her back. On our way to the office, we grabbed breakfast at a drive-thru. I got a double espresso and 2 oversized blueberry muffins, while Rosalina went the healthy route and got tea and an egg on a wheat toast. At this rate, all those curves are gonna go flat, I teased, gesturing toward her. They aren't going anywhere. They're a family curse. Abuela Esperanza has them, my mama has them, my sister has them, and if I had a brother, he'd have them too. A curse? I rolled my eyes as I turned the Camaro onto our street. Men love that. She nodded reluctantly. True, but they should be removable or something. Some days I just can't stand them. You don't get it because... She trailed off. I raised my eyebrows at her and gave her a look. Don't you dare offend my pair. They may be humble, but they're all I've got. We got out of the car laughing. I felt a little lighter, even if the one blueberry muffin I'd eaten had been nearly 5 pounds. Rosalina had that effect on me. I loved seeing her smile, and our banter always got her going, so it motivated me to tease her. She keyed the lock and we walked inside. It seemed every time I came in, I held my breath, expecting the place to be a wreck. But everything looked fine. I wondered how long it would take me to shake the feeling off. I didn't know, though one thing was for sure. I was never spending another night up in the loft. After my 3:30 p.m. client from yesterday, I had started a potion. The ingredients Rosalina reordered had arrived quickly, though not cheaply. With everything that was going on, I couldn't pick them up myself. So we'd had to pay a courier to cross into Elfheim plus a rushed delivery fee. It had been worth it, though, even if expensive. We'd lost a few precious days in the fray and had to play catch-up to make rent and bill money. And of course, our salaries, which always took a hit when like this happened. I had another appointment scheduled for 9 a.m., which gave me an hour to do a few things such as call Selena Morelli to give her the bad news. I really didn't want to do that. I'd given the woman false hopes, and I was afraid my call would only break her heart a little more, not to mention hurt the agency. Chickening out of the task for the moment, I decided to face my other problem. Hey, I'm going next door to see if Jake's there. I'd called him, but again, he hadn't answered. Rosalina, already at her desk, glanced up with worry in her eyes. Okay. I hope you can help. Me too. Jake's door was locked this time. I knocked and waited. Nothing. Apparently, he wasn't in. I tried his phone again. No answer. I sighed and went back to the office and set about my day, starting with the dreaded call to Selena Morelli. I've been expecting your call, she said. Did I detect a little hope in her voice? Well, Miss Morelli, I'm sorry to call with bad news. I expected her to say she wasn't surprised or something biting like that, but she remained silent. I was unable to locate a mate. I apologize. This is a rare occurrence. My mate tracker rate is very good, but not perfect, and... But your partner said you did, she interrupted. I know, and I apologize for the miscommunication. I thought I'd found someone, but I was wrong. You sounded so confident about finding someone. What happened? I can't give you specific details, I said. If you remember, our agency's contract has a clause about the secrecy of our methods. All I can say is that my skills didn't reveal anyone. How is that possible? Is there something wrong with me? Oh, no, I assured her. Of course not. Then what? I'm sorry. This is all I can say. My partner will issue a refund for your deposit. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry. Selena went on a rant about false promises and shams, and I took it all patiently. I almost broke and told her about Vincent, but kept my cool and my dignity. Hopefully, the latter wouldn't cost me my livelihood. Throughout the rest of the morning and afternoon, I kept glancing at my phone, hoping for a call. But it seemed Jake had better things to do. Maybe he was following a true lead while my Luciola nightmare was just that. Lunch and my 3:45 p.m. appointment came and went. I reclined on my chair, absent-mindedly eating my second giant blueberry muffin. It hit the spot, the sugar waking me up from my afternoon lethargy. Feeling energized, I walked out of the office. "Hey, I'll go see if Jake is back," I told Rosalina, who was staring at a budgeting spreadsheet making sure we could make ends meet this month. This time, Jake's door was open when I pulled on it. Like the last time, there was no sign of him inside. I called out a couple of times, but he didn't answer, so I went in through the next door. Protective plastic covered the floor as well as cans of paint, fresh rollers and brushes, and rolls of blue tape. No sign of Jake there either. I climbed the steps to the loft. The layout of the place was identical to mine, so the bare walls struck me as odd, since I expected to find black and white photographs hanging there. I found Jake upstairs, sacked out on a mattress directly on the floor. He lay face down wearing nothing but a pair of tight black boxer briefs. My eyes raked the length of his long frame. His wide back tapered gently toward a narrow waist with 2 dimples at its base. In the time he'd been away, he'd grown more muscular and acquired yet another tattoo down his left flank. I took a step closer for a better look. The body art consisted of words inked in a pretty scroll. I tried to read them, but they were not in English. His left arm hung off the mattress, and his hand rested flat on the floor. His feet were also off the mattress. He was simply too big for it. I held my breath as I admired him, trying to keep his delicious scent at bay. He was hot as hell, a sight to behold, especially to someone who'd gone celibate for a while. Not to mention someone whose last sex partner had been him. Yet it wasn't his amazing body that stunned me the most. Instead, it was how vulnerable he seemed. No one got the drop on Jacob Knight and his werewolf senses. That was what he'd told me once, and yet, there he lay while I watched him sleep. His brow was furrowed, making him look stressed even in his sleep. He must have really developed a close relationship with Stephen for his disappearance to affect him this badly. I fought the urge to kneel by his side and smooth his hair back. I wanted to tell him that it would be all right, that he would find Stephen. But I had no idea if it was true. Clothes lay strewn on the floor in 2 piles. I imagined them labeled as dirty pile and it doesn't stink that much pile.
Are you done looking at my ass yet? He asked without opening his eyes.
Jake wasn't even asleep, and here I'd thought he looked vulnerable. He rolled over onto his back, stretching his arms over his head, and giving me a good morning greeting with a tall flag right in his middle. I turned to face the stairs, my cheeks growing hot. Sweet buttered toast, my memories weren't at all exaggerated. The man was really that impressive. He groaned and yawned, then said,
Didn't take you for a peeping Tony.
"Ha ha, clever." Inhaling deeply, I faced him again, unwilling to let him embarrass me. He had sat up and reclined against the wall, one knee up and his arm resting on it while a satisfied smile stretched his lips. "That's not what I was doing," I said. "I didn't want to wake you. You looked peaceful and tired, but I was torn because, well, something happened last night that may have given me a clue about Stephen." Jake immediately jumped to his feet, found a pair of frayed jeans in one of the clothes piles and put them on. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and slapped his cheeks.
What clue?
He asked. I had a nightmare. I didn't want to go into details about exactly what had happened, and a nightmare felt like the easiest explanation. It featured Stephen. He was hurt and asking for help, but right before I woke up, he said something odd. Just one word, but it stuck with me.
What was it?
Luciola. He frowned and repeated the word under his breath.
Luciola.
Do you know what it means? Rubbing his forehead, he started pacing the room.
It sounds familiar, but I can't remember why.
He stopped and suddenly whirled in my direction.
Let's go downstairs.
He ran past me, his back muscles rippling as he lithely took the steps 2 at a time. Downstairs, he glanced around his messy work area.
Where is it?
He mumbled to himself.
There.
He knelt next to a canvas tarp, pulled a pile of manila folders from under it, then rifled through them. He ran his finger down several pieces of paper, his eyes quickly scanning the words. I waited with my heart in my throat, praying he would find something that would help us find Stephen. Wait, us? Since when had it become us?
Here.
He jumped to his feet and walked over to me, holding one sheet of paper.
Luciola.
He pointed at a spot at the bottom of the page. The word was spelled Lucciola, with 2 C's. And it seemed to be a physical location, not just some abstract term because the sheet listed an address.
It's one of Bernadetta's properties,
Jake said. He stood frozen for a moment, his gaze darting from side to side. Then he ran back upstairs, leaving me standing next to a 5-gallon bucket of paint. Adrenaline buzzed through my body, making me fidget on the spot. My mind whirled with questions. Was this a coincidence? Had I really come up with a clue? If I had, what did that say about my skills? What exactly had happened last night, and why? Jake came down a few moments later. He was fully dressed, wearing a t-shirt, a brown leather jacket, and matching boots. Without stopping, he snatched his bike helmet from the work table and pressed it into my hands.
Come on, let's go.
He grabbed me by the elbow and pulled me along. I probably should have protested. Should have told him I had things to do, but instead I went along, a feeling of determination and certainty growing inside me. Stephen's life had been hanging in the balance for days, and maybe today we would find him. We would take him home and he would be all right. Give me a sec, I said, and ran into the office to retrieve my purse and tell Rosalina I was off for the day. I came in and out quickly. Jake was already straddling his bike. He started the engine.
Put on the helmet.
What about you? I asked as I climbed on behind him.
I have a thick skull, remember?
I snorted a laugh. He did have a thick skull, both figuratively and literally. He keyed the address into his cell phone, snapped the device in a holder mounted on the dashboard, and we rolled off the sidewalk heading north. Chapter 31. We got to the Del Mar Loop 15 minutes later. Jake parked his bike a block away from the address in his file, and we walked the rest of the way. The area buzzed with the usual pedestrians going in and out of the shops and restaurants that lined the boulevard, so we had no trouble blending in. We approached from the north side, walking casually. Huh? Luciola is a candle shop? I said, confused, when I laid eyes on the quaint shop. It had a black awning over its door and window display, golden accents on the trim.
She has lots of businesses all over the city,
Jake said.
All kinds of them.
I felt self-conscious and started to wonder if I should be there at all. I didn't think Bernadetta would like seeing me nosing around one of her properties. I let my hair hang forward, covering my face. Jake gestured toward a coffee shop across the street from Luciola Fine Candle Shop.
Let's go in. I'll get us some coffee. Why don't you snatch us a table?
We went into the coffee shop and I sat at one of the window tables with a good view of the candle shop. I set my purse down. It thudded with the heavy gun. Oops. My cell phone buzzed, the caller ID flashing Mom. I dismissed the call and typed Luciola into the search bar and found a New York City restaurant by that name. I also learned the word had a Latin origin that meant I shine, and that in Italian the word meant firefly. I figured since the Dark Donna was originally from Italy, she was going for Firefly Candle Shop. Not a bad name. I put my phone away and surreptitiously glanced across the street. Not much activity there. Jake returned with 2 cups of coffee and 2 croissant sandwiches and set them on the table. He pushed one of the coffees in my direction.
Cream and 3 sugars.
He also remembered how I liked my coffee. I slow blinked and took a sip. Delicious. The croissant was tempting, but I had to keep my girlish figure. I gestured toward the food. If you're hungry enough, eat both sandwiches. I had a giant blueberry muffin earlier.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Jake seemed to always be hungry. It was a werewolf thing. His metabolism ran hot and fast like a space rocket. We sipped our coffees silently while we watched the candle shop. People passed in front of our window. As I scrutinized them closely, it reminded me of scouting for a mark. The difference? I had no idea what we were waiting for here. We already knew they were keeping Stephen mobile. He wouldn't be in the candle shop. God, we needed to find him. We had less than 24 hours before it was too late. Trying not to sound impertinent, I asked, "So, what exactly are we doing?" Jake's silver eyes wandered away from the shop to meet mine. He shrugged one shoulder.
Gathering clues. PI work can seem frustrating and irrational sometimes, but the smallest details can make a huge difference in solving a case.
What do you think we'll see here?
I have no idea. Maybe I'll walk over there and buy you a candle.
His mouth tipped into one of his wicked smiles.
Lavender, citrus, vanilla? Which would you prefer?
I gasped. What? I shook my head. I was so stupid. Why hadn't I made this connection as soon as I saw that Luciola was a candle shop? Jake frowned, waiting for an answer. How could I explain what I'd just realized without divulging the way my skills worked? I struggled with what to do, feeling like a piece of smelly trash as I did so. Stephen's life was on the line, and here I sat, worried about myself and my baggaged relationship with Jake.
Tony, whatever it is, you have to tell me.
I know. I lowered my head and took a deep breath. Okay, but you have to keep this to yourself. You can't tell anyone.
You can trust me. You know that.
Do I? Okay, maybe the question was a bit unfair since my professional secrets had nothing to do with our relationship. I waved a hand to dismiss my own comment and lowered my voice as I explained. When I go into a trance, I use my senses to find my mark. Jake's brow furrowed, but he didn't interrupt. You know how strong my sense of smell is, I said, remembering how he'd constantly remarked about it in the past. He used to say that it rivaled his own sense of smell, and werewolves were well known for that trait. Well, I continued, when I was trying to track Stephen, I smelled cinnamon, vanilla, and lavender. I let that sink in. Jake's gaze sparked as he made the connection. He glanced toward the candle shop.
Maybe they're keeping him there.
He squeezed the edge of the table so hard that the wood groaned. I shook my head. No, I told you, he's on the move. He regarded me with narrowed eyes.
And your senses helped you figure that out too?
Yes, I could hear a car's engine, tires rolling on asphalt, traffic sounds.
And what did you see?
Nothing. It was dark. Not a pinprick of light. Jake lowered his head, appearing deep in thought. As he ran fingers through golden brown hair, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. In front of the candle shop, a white delivery van rolled to a stop. It had a logo on the side painted with black and golden letters that read, Luciola Candle Shop. Before I knew what I was doing, I rose to my feet and rushed out of the coffee shop. I crossed the street in a few strides and found myself standing behind the van's rear double doors. The back windows were tinted. I took a step forward, my hand reaching for the handle.
May I help you?
A man, clearly a stale, came around the side of the van. He wore black slacks and a gray shirt with the company's logo on its breast pocket. A beer gut stuck out, barely held in place by a worn belt. "Open this door," I demanded. The man furrowed thin eyebrows and glanced from me to the candle shop behind him. His mouth slammed shut when Jake appeared behind me. Beer Gut took a step back, looking ready to bolt.
Do as the lady asked.
Jake growled in his alpha tone, a blood-curdling sound that carried the command of 1,000 pissed-off dads. Beer Gut shuddered visibly, his face going slack with fear. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd peed his pants. I could see the moment he decided it wasn't worth arguing. He put both hands up and slowly approached the van. Trembling, he reached for the handle and pulled the door open. Light spilled into the van's interior, revealing metal shelves running along the sides, creating an empty middle aisle. Cardboard boxes filled the shelves, and a hand truck was secured against the back wall. A wave of scents flowed out through the doors, hitting me with its pungent quality and making me take a step back. My knees weakened as flashes of severed fingers ran through my mind. My stomach flipped. This was exactly the jumble of olfactory stimuli I'd experienced during my trance. Jake sniffled, wrinkling his nose, taking in the scents. His head snapped in my direction.
Is this it? Is this what you smelled?
I nodded, fighting the tears that filled my eyes. Jake turned to Beer Gut.
How many vans like this one are there?
The man held his hands up again and started backing away toward the shop's entrance.
Look, man, I don't know. I just drive the stupid thing and deliver the candles. That's all.
In the blink of an eye, Jake jumped on Beer Gut, holding him by the collar and pushing him against Luciola's glass-paneled door. A woman who was approaching down the sidewalk gave a yelp, turned on her heel, and ran back the way she'd come. I approached Jake carefully. His temper could be so volatile at the wrong times. For the most part, he controlled his wolf well, but anger sometimes got the better of him, causing him to shift involuntarily. Maybe in the last year and a half his mastery had improved, but I didn't know for sure. He didn't need a shifting under duress charge. No shifter wanted that on their record, just like no one wanted a DUI. Jake? I stood next to him so he could see me. Don't hurt him. He may be telling the truth. His silver eyes flickered toward me, then back to the man. Jake's jaw unclenched and his hands around Beer Gut started to relax. I exhaled in relief, but then the shop's door opened and both men went tumbling inside. A towering vampiress well over 6 foot tall gracefully stepped aside as Jake and Beer Gut thudded to the floor. "What is going on here?" she demanded, wrinkling her nose at the spectacle before her. She wore a black gossamer sheath that fell to the floor and could have made a nice curtain. Blonde curls spilled over her shoulders, the kind of luscious locks that took hours to get just right. Her skin was smooth and pale like porcelain, and flawless makeup accentuated her large blue eyes. She would have been beautiful if not for her resting face. I swear it would scare the cockroaches from any filthy kitchen. She took a step back and reached toward a table display piled with candles in a pyramid shape, and came up with a phone, probably getting ready to dial 911. "Jake," I snapped. "I think she's gonna call the cops." "Right I am." She started to dial, but before she could finish, Jake leaped to his feet and snatched the phone from her hand. "How dare you?" She wrinkled her nose and gave Jake a disgusted glare. Your type of werewolf isn't welcome here. Finding himself free, Beergut lurched to his feet and stumbled out of the store. Jake had lost interest in him and was now scanning the vamp up and down, returning her glare.
My type of werewolf?
Yes, violent and foul, she sniffed. When was the last time you took a shower? He hadn't taken a shower today. I knew that for a fact. But to me, his scent was intoxicating, not repellent. Vampires and werewolves didn't get along, though. Everybody knew that. But how she could smell anything over the cloying sweetness that filled the store, I didn't know. What the hell is that sweet smell? I said out loud without realizing it. That is just the best organic beeswax around, the vamp said. Beeswax? Of course! Outside, Beergut's van screeched out of the parking lot.
When was the last time you saw Steven Erickson?
Jake demanded. The vamp's expression changed. The disgust disappeared and calculated deliberation replaced it. I don't get involved in skirmishes of that nature, she said at last. That goes well beyond my pay grade. I will kindly ask you to leave this establishment. We sell candles. If you're not here to purchase one, you can take your stink elsewhere.
I don't stink,
Jake complained irrationally. The vamp was really getting on his nerves with that one. Time for a different approach. I apologize for this outburst, I said, putting on my friendliest smile. You see, my partner and I are private investigators, and a clue in our search of Steven Erickson led us here. The blonde retreated, shaking her hands at us, staying away from a shaft of sunlight seeping through the display window. Nuh-uh. I told you already, this goes beyond my pay grade. I sell candles, nothing else. I glanced toward a door in the back of the store. Would you mind if we search the premises? No way! Unless you have some kind of legal paper thingy, the only place you're going is out of here. She meant a warrant, I guessed, but nope. We didn't have one of those. We weren't even cops. But asking had been worth a try. Then maybe you can answer a question for us? I gave her another smile, but it might as well have been a growl because she rushed behind the counter, putting distance between us. I'm not answering any questions. She reached under the register to do something. Press an alarm button? That would be bad. Instead, she came up with a telephone receiver, one with a spiraling cord connected to it, and pressed it to her ear. She waited for a connection, her clear blue eyes shifting from Jake to me and back again. My thoughts raced, trying to figure out how to get any type of useful information from this person. I knew Steven wasn't here. Bernadetta wasn't stupid. She was keeping him on the move. Of that I was certain, but what could I ask next? Jake thought of something first.
5 drivers, 5 delivery vans,
he said.
Where are the rest?
You've got your facts wrong, stink pile. We only have 2 drivers, and Garrett has been out sick. She finished saying just as a voice piped through the receiver. Yes, hello, this is Chrissa at the Loop location. We have a situation. Jake leaned closer and whispered in my ear.
Time to go.
I didn't wait to be told twice and took the lead out of the shop. We didn't stop our clipped pace until we reached Jake's bike. We tore out of there, my body pressed tightly to his, my arms wrapped around his waist. Only 2 drivers and the other one had been sick for a while. I was willing to bet his sick time amounted to the same number of days Steven had been missing. And he was either driving the van, or he'd been told to sit on the sidelines while they used his ride for other purposes. My mind whirled with possibilities. How could we find out more? Was there a way to get a hold of Luciola's employee ledgers to find out the driver's address? Or maybe we just needed the other van's license plate. Then the cops could put an ATL out for it. I wished I could ring Tom to ask him. Or maybe Jake had his own connections. I really hoped so. My heart pounded against my chest, and I wondered if Jake could feel it as I reclined against him. My blood hadn't pumped this fast in a long time, and I didn't like how alive it made me feel. Chapter 32. Jake took a turn in the opposite direction of the hill. "Hey, where are we going?" I yelled over the sounds of traffic.
Going to see someone who might be able to help us,
he yelled back.
You can call your friend when we get there.
Part of me wanted to protest, but the other part, the one that seemed to be an adrenaline junkie, was okay with it. Especially when Jake twisted the throttle and we sped down the street going faster than allowed. The wind blew cool and pierced through my blue jeans, sending a shiver up my spine. 15 minutes later, we found ourselves in the central West End area, specifically in the historic district on Westmoreland Place, a private community with grand homes built as far back as the 1800s. Who did Jake know around here who could help us? My confusion grew when he pulled up to one of the biggest mansions on the street and parked in the front. We got off the bike and I blinked up at the house from the sidewalk. The place was simply beautiful. It had an elegant architecture for which I had no name, though it certainly seemed European with its castle-like towers, ornate stone and arches. A red brick path lined with manicured hedges led to the front door, which sported a big ornate letter K on top of it. Could that possibly stand for night? Was this Jake's house? No, it couldn't be. His parents had left him money, but not this much, right? Besides, I'd found him sleeping on a mattress on the floor of his would-be office. Why would he sleep there if he owned a place like this? As we walked up the path, I peered up at the warmly lit windows and the twilight sky framing the structure. The place almost looked like it belonged in a fairy tale. From the right corner, a man came around attacking a row of hedges with big clippers. He paused for a moment to wave.
Hello, Mr. Knight. Hi, Clyde.
Jake bounded up the steps and without knocking, strolled into the house. My confusion meter kicked up to red. A giant schnauzer came bounding into the foyer. Jake knelt in front of the animal and allowed it to lick his face.
Hey, buddy.
He grabbed the dog by the scruff and gave him a shake. I'd seen schnauzers before, but none this big. This guy had to be on steroids, or more likely just a separate breed. His coat shone black and he was groomed to perfection, including his beard and bushy eyebrows. Without even bothering to wipe his face, Jake stood and legit introduced the dog to me.
Tony, meet Bones. Bones, this is Tony.
I blinked at the animal, wondering if I should shake his paw. Instead, I went for a little wave. Hi there, Bones. I swear, the dog gave me a dirty look. Wait a minute, was he a shifter?
She's all right, most of the time. Be nice to her, Bones.
Jake patted the dog's head and started walking toward a door at the back of the foyer.
Come on. At this hour, he's probably in the kitchen.
Who's probably in the kitchen? I asked, following him and giving Bones a wary glance as he padded next to me, as if making sure I wouldn't steal any of the many vases and gilded portraits hanging from the walls. This place was fancy with a capital F. Polished wooden staircase, marbled tables with fresh, aromatic flowers and porcelain vases, high ceilings, lush rugs, and a color scheme clearly envisioned by a professional interior decorator. We traversed a mile-long hall lined with black and white photographs of wolves in wooded landscapes. I wanted to pause and look at them closer, but Jake's strides were long, so I barely had time to drink everything in. At the end of the hall, my phone buzzed. I checked it quickly, screening another call from Mom. I put the cell away as we entered an ample kitchen flooded with the mouth-watering smells of cooking. Bones rushed ahead and curled up on top of a huge fluffy pillow. The kitchen was the size of Rosalina's entire apartment. An 8-foot island sat in the middle, lined with stools. Cherry cabinets ran up to the tall ceilings, and stainless steel appliances shone like mirrors. A man with gray hair stood in front of a massive gas stove, cooking what looked like ribeye steaks on an indoor grill.
"Hey, Grandpa,"
Jake greeted the man. I skidded to a stop. Grandpa? Why had he never talked about him? The man turned to face us with a smile as bright as a 100-watt bulb.
"I just dropped another ribeye on the grill,"
he said.
"You should have let me know we would have company."
Jake leaned close and gave him a man hug, thumping him hard on the back. They were both the same height and build, and I swear, the old man's profile looked as if someone had traced it to make a mold for Jake's. The resemblance was uncanny.
"So this is the famous Tony,"
the old man said, setting a large pronged fork next to the stove and walking in my direction with open arms.
"It's good to finally meet you."
He gave me a warm and welcoming hug. His friendliness and words took me aback. From the sounds of it, Jake had told him a lot about me. I glanced at Jake over the man's shoulder, but he wasn't making eye contact. Instead, he busied himself with picking a cherry tomato from a salad bowl and popping it in his mouth. It's good to meet you too, Mr. I didn't know what to call him.
"My name is Walter Knight."
He continued smiling warmly and held me at arm's length. His eyes were deep brown and stared down into mine with an intense quality that seemed quite opposite to his gentle smile. He held me there for a long moment, his gaze drilling into mine. My eyelids fluttered as a strange thrill went through me. Something in my chest felt disarmed and analyzed by his stare, as if my soul had been rendered naked for him to peruse, as if he could decipher my deepest secrets as easily as if I were a large print open book, no reading glasses needed. After a long moment, he finally pulled away, patting my shoulder and letting me go. I lurched forward and caught myself on the island. What the hell was that? I wanted to demand, except I wasn't so sure anything had happened, and the sense of disorientation was quickly dissolving. I glanced up as Walter walked away, his back to me. Jake had a questioning look on his face and was pointedly staring at his grandfather. The old man shook his head slightly, and a wave of disappointment seemed to wash over Jake's face and body. His gaze lowered to the floor, and his shoulders fell as if he'd received a wealth of bad news. Still dizzy, I filled my lungs with a deep inhale. My eyes roved around the kitchen searching for something, but I didn't know what. What had just happened? We walked in. Jake's grandfather introduced himself, and then he'd gone back to the stove. So why did I feel so weird? I tried hard to put a finger on the strange sensation, but it quickly dissipated, leaving me questioning my sanity. Walter picked up the large fork and flipped the steaks.
"Why don't you two set the table outside? It's a beautiful evening." "Actually, I need your help,"
Jake said.
"Oh?"
The old man gave his grandson a raised, bushy eyebrow.
"Yeah, we need you to help us locate a vehicle. Can you put your people to the task?" "Does this have anything to do with Steven Erickson?"
Jake nodded.
"Good,"
Walter said, causing a regiment of questions to march into my head. Why was that good? As if he'd heard my question out loud, Walter elaborated.
"I don't like to owe Yulfin any favors. If we find his son, that'll wipe the slate clean, don't you think?"
he asked, sounding amused. Jake smiled crookedly.
"I'd say so."
What favors? God, my head was going to explode with questions.
"Write down the details."
Walter pointed the fork toward a desk area that held a few notepads and pens in a wooden holder.
Then fetch me the phone and set the table as I asked, will ya?
I was flabbergasted, to say the least. Jake had a rich grandfather that he'd never told me about, and apparently the man had people who could potentially find kidnapped rich heirs. Jake jotted down the information on a notepad and set a cordless phone, which he'd retrieved from the wall, on top of it. Then he walked to a cupboard and started pulling out plates and wine glasses. From a drawer, he withdrew cloth napkins and silverware. I helped him with the latter and walked through a set of French doors and onto a covered patio. A huge manicured yard extended past the patio. A bottom-lit, kidney-shaped pool sat in the middle of the backyard. Uplit trees and bushes created a boundary that extended about 40 feet in every direction. Flower beds overflowed with seasonal blooms, leaving me no doubt that Clyde spent many hours landscaping to keep things looking tip-top. Out on the covered patio, Jake and I set an intricately designed wrought iron table with fancy dinnerware. Jake moved so fast, I didn't have a chance to even form any questions before he was headed back to the kitchen.
Why don't you let Tony pick a bottle of wine to go with dinner?
Walter said.
Sure. Come on.
Jake gestured for me to follow. A moment later, we walked through a heavy oak door and descended a wide stone staircase into a semi-dark wine cellar. The temperature dropped several degrees as we reached the bottom of the stairs. The room's dim lighting brought a calm to all of my senses. I frowned at the rows and rows of wooden shelving, replete with bottles of wine. There had to be a fortune stored here, more than Rosalina and I had made during our entire lives. Jake, I don't know anything about wine and what goes with what. Can you pick?
Of course.
He walked down the line of shelves, then took a right and disappeared. I followed him, walking leisurely as I admired the abundance. I found Jake frowning at a dusty bottle and reading the label. You don't know what you're doing either, do you? I asked, amused.
Not really.
He glanced over at me.
Google it. See what goes with red meat?
I pulled out my phone and typed in a search. So it says here that a Petite Syrah or Cabernet Sauvignon would go well with a rich cut of beef. I glanced up from the phone to find Jake's attention immersed in my features. A thrill went down to my lower belly, tightening my muscles. It was like an electric jolt, something that no one else but Jake had made me feel.
God, you're beautiful,
he said in a heady voice that made me slow blink and go all tingly in places. Tony, really? Without taking his eyes off me, he slid the wine bottle back into the rack and slowly turned to face me. A current of palpable energy flowed between us. He took a step closer until we were about an inch apart, the tips of his boots touching mine, the back of his hand brushing my hip. A voice in the back of my head was screaming for me to run upstairs and jump inside the fridge until my ovaries turned into popsicles. Sadly, the voice was weak, and it didn't compare to the stronger one that told me to stay put and overpowered every rational thought in my being. Because when it came to Jacob Knight, logic didn't seem to count. Only instincts. His darkened gaze fell to my lips. He inhaled sharply, leaning closer. He had told me before that my scent drove him crazy, that it did things to him that he'd never experienced before. Did it still work the same way? I really hoped it did, because otherwise it wouldn't be fair. Not when his intoxicating smell could send my thoughts into the gutter from 0 to 60 in under a nanosecond. He let out a trembling breath through parted lips. His large hand snaked around my waist and pulled me against him. My breasts nestled perfectly under his pecs. He hissed in a breath as our bodies fit together. I slid my fingers up his side, enjoying his solidity. I was dying to kiss him. But this slow way was delicious, like savoring a favorite dessert to make it last to the last bite. His other hand cupped my face.
Tony, why can't I resist you?
He said, his sweet breath brushing my lips and sending a spark of heat to my core. You're asking me? My voice sounded husky, deep, and it seemed to undo whatever shred of willpower he was holding on to. His lips crashed into mine. The world exploded with sensations I hadn't experienced in a very long time. My entire body tingled and became alive with desire. His tongue slipped into my mouth, hungry to taste me. Memories washed over me, his naked body on top of mine, the rocking of his hips against my own, expert fingers caressing secret places. He slipped his hands around my ass, picked me up, and walked me to the wall. He pinned me there, a barrier of hard muscle and sinew conquering me. I felt his erection against me, and I let out an involuntary moan. His chest rumbled, and his mouth left mine to explore my neck. His tongue traced a pattern over my jugular. I whispered in his ear, "Jake, I've missed you so much." Where did that come from? That wasn't something I wanted to admit. I needed to stop this. I needed to push him away and let him know this was unplanned and meant nothing. I didn't forgive him for leaving me. I wasn't opening the door to invite him in again, even if my legs were wrapped tightly around him, as inviting as ever. And why was he doing this anyway? If he wanted me this badly, why had he left me in the first place? Gah, the hell with all the questions. His stubbled jaw scratched against mine as his lips returned to my mouth. There, his tongue ran the length of my lower lip, tasting me. I knew his kiss well and loved the fullness of his lower lip. It gave me something to bite, to suck, to delight in. He tugged at my blouse, pulling it from my waistband. His hand slid over my stomach, and suddenly I wished the entire world would disappear, leaving only the two of us, wrapped together in heat. His finger traced a path toward my breasts. I raked my own fingers into his hair and arched my back.
You'd better stop that and bring the wine up,
Walter called from upstairs. Jake jumped away from me, panting, his eyes wide, his lower lip swollen. I felt bereft and cold without his body pressed against mine. I shook my head, feeling angry at myself. What are we doing? We shouldn't have...
I'm sorry, Tony. You're right. We shouldn't.
He raised a hand through his light brown hair and turned his back on me. I hastily stuffed my blouse back into my pants and smoothed the front, stretching the wrinkles out. I patted my hair down and wiped a hand over my lips, trying to ignore the lingering feeling of Jake's weight against my body. He walked down one of the wine aisles and quickly selected a bottle.
Cabernet Sauvignon. All right, this should do.
Turning, he walked past me without a glance.
Take your time.
He started climbing the stairs, leaving me standing there, still bereft and confused. After this, he couldn't refuse to talk to me and tell me why he'd left. If the same attraction still existed between us, if I still had this effect on him, he owed me an explanation that made sense. All this time, I'd imagined he'd grown tired of me. I told myself that he'd gone to find someone new because I'd bored him. But maybe there was another reason. One I couldn't begin to fathom or understand. A moment later, I stepped into the kitchen. It was empty. I found Jake and his grandfather sitting outside, impatiently waiting for me so they could dig into their steaks. Feeling self-conscious, I joined them. Gratefully, Walter acted normal, ignoring what he knew well had happened in his cellar. I barely touched my food, even though it tasted delicious. The steak melted in my mouth and was cooked to medium rare perfection. The steamed broccoli was bright green and crunchy, and the homemade vinaigrette went wonderfully over the lettuce, cucumber, and tomatoes. A few times I met Jake's gaze. He seemed preoccupied, though he had no trouble devouring his steak and later polishing off 2 slices of apple pie. Walter made pleasant conversation about the wonderful spring weather and the bats that flitted over the yard as they came out of their hiding places when the evening settled. He was talking about what to cook for lunch tomorrow when the phone in the kitchen rang. He excused himself and left for a few minutes. When he came back, he had a notebook in his hand.
I've got someone who spotted a van that fits the description.
He tossed the notepad in front of Jake.
They're tailing it as we speak. That's the latest location and the number where you can contact my guy.
Jake grabbed the notebook and rushed into the house. Jake, wait! I caught up with him as he exited the kitchen. He glanced over his shoulder. I'm coming with you.
No, too dangerous.
I rushed after him, jogging along the corridor that led to the front door, Bones trailing behind us. Jake left the front door ajar, and when I got there, he was already on his bike, cranking the engine. You can't leave me here! I yelled over the revving motorcycle. Jake released the brake and tore off in a squeal of rubber and acrid smoke. I watched him leave, fists clenched at my sides. Walter appeared next to me, huffing and shaking his head.
Always acts now and asks questions later.
That was Jake, all right. Where is he going? I demanded, turning to face the old man. Walter offered me a folded piece of paper.
I just received another call. It seems the van may be in need of a little maintenance.
I unfolded the note and read it. Stan's Auto and Truck Repair, the paper read. I glanced up and met Walter's eyes. Why? The question came out before I could stop it.
You wanted to go with him, didn't you?
I did, but why would Walter go against his grandson's wishes to protect me? Or men's general need to keep women safe and on a leash?
I'm not your mommy, or his for that matter.
Walter turned on his heel and walked back inside. I pondered what to do for a long moment, then ordered an Uber. If I was going to let Jake take all the credit for finding Stephen. In the end, this high-profile case might turn out good for my tracking business. At least that was what I told myself as I climbed in and gave the driver the address to the repair shop. Chapter 33. I fidgeted in the back of the Uber, my thoughts going back and forth about whether my decision to follow Jake was brilliant or downright stupid. The fact that I'd created a justification for my actions didn't escape me. The agency focused on mate tracking, not kidnappee tracking for Pete's sake. So what was I doing? True, finding Stephen would put us in the news spotlight, but that sort of attention didn't fit what Rosalina and I were looking for. In fact, we wanted to stay away from that. More than once, I leaned forward and started to tell the driver to turn around and take me home. But every time, I would recline back and chew on my bottom lip, while the driver gave me a pinched glare in the rearview mirror. I did call Yulfin and left a voicemail when he didn't answer. I told him we might have a lead on Stephen's location and spelled out the address. If there was trouble, maybe he and his pack would get there in time to help. I realized that I'd rationalized my decision to come, but in truth, I needed to admit that logic had nothing to do with what I was doing. A strange resolve and, if I was being honest, a craving for danger were driving me onward, making my body sing with anticipation. My skin itched more furiously as I thought about helping Jake rescue Stephen right from the jaws of his kidnappers.
Are you sure you're getting off here?
the driver asked when we reached the corner of Warren and Lee Avenue. I glanced around, hugging my purse closely. This area of town was certainly not the safest, and at this time, there were no signs of life. A big full moon shone in the sky, for which I was grateful, since all the lampposts appeared broken. It illuminated the scraggly trees, cracked pavement, and weedy, empty lot across the street. Go home, Tony. Stay alive. The voice of reason in my head made itself heard. But when it came to Jake, reason took a back seat. Yep, this is it, I told the driver, putting on a chipper smile. When I got out of the car at the corner and the driver disappeared, leaving me standing there all alone, I seriously reevaluated my decision. What's wrong with me? I'm losing my sanity. Never mind the iffy neighborhood. Vampires and werewolves stood at the brink of war. If things got hairy, I might get eaten alive. I tried to draw comfort from the gun in my purse, but it might as well have been a banana. My worry for Jake immediately doubled as I imagined a horde of vampires tearing him to pieces. He was strong, yes, but not indestructible. And his tendency to act irrationally landed him into trouble more often than not. No, I couldn't leave. I didn't have to rush in to rescue Stephen, but I could approach carefully, gauge the situation, and call the police if needed. My heart pounded as I turned the corner and cautiously walked toward the repair shop, the yellowish moonlight illuminating my way. The repair shop was on the next corner from where I'd been dropped off. I crossed the street and walked close to the buildings, trying to stay in the shadows. When the shop finally came into view, I drew back into a narrow alley, though not before sending a wary glance past a dumpster and a tall stack of discarded wooden crates. The pungent smell of garbage rode the air, rotten fruit with a hint of dead rat. I wrinkled my nose. Very smart, Tony, hiding in a dark, stinky alley. Just the way to avoid ever becoming a grandma. The alley appeared empty, though, so I huddled against the wall and peered across the street. The repair shop consisted of an uncovered garage with a massive metal door, razor wire atop each brick wall, and a small office space to the right. Eyes roving around, I tried to spot signs of life but saw nothing, not even Jake and his motorcycle. Had Walter sent me on a wild goose chase? I got the sensation that he hadn't liked me very much, so maybe this was an attempt to get me mugged and murdered and out of his grandson's life. I shook my head at the irrational thought. Really? Where had that come from? I barely knew the man, and I'd already tagged him as a creepo. He had been nothing but nice. I was considering whether or not to casually approach the repair shop when a heavy hand wrapped around my mouth, and I was yanked deep into the alley. I kicked and squirmed, trying to get free, but whoever had me was too strong.
What do we have here?
A deep accented voice asked close to my ear. I shuddered, trying to place the voice, but it was the warm, sweet scent that triggered my memories first. Beeswax with a metallic tang of blood. The same scent I'd caught in Bernadetta's limousine. The voice belonged to Bertram, the vamp's driver. Oh God, if he was here, it meant Stephen's location had truly been compromised, and his captors knew it. This couldn't be good. The vampire flipped me and pressed my back against the wall, his dark eyes piercing mine with a powerful compulsion that ordered me not to scream. I tried to cry out for help, but the words crowded in my throat.
Miss Sunder,
he said in his vaguely German accent.
This is no place for the likes of you. I advise you to leave.
To my surprise, he released me, and before I knew it, he disappeared in a blur of movement that rustled my hair. I stayed against the wall, my heart thundering like an approaching storm. A loud crash reverberated down the street. I didn't move for a full minute. When I finally felt confident that I wasn't going to wet my panties, I peered toward the repair shop again. The door to the office was busted and Bertram nowhere to be seen. Not that I was complaining, but why had he let me off with a simple warning? This didn't make sense. Still, the relief that washed over me seemed like a second chance at life. For a moment there, I'd thought I was done for. Suddenly assaulted by a fit of sensibility, I decided to leave the premises. I started to walk from the alley when, across the street, I spotted Jake slinking along the pitch of the roof. Oh no. Heart drumming, I pressed a hand to my mouth to resist the urge to call out a warning that would give away his location. Crouching, he drew closer, peered down into the open garage area, then leaped inside, disappearing out of sight. Holy crap! Bertram was in the shop. Jake was in the shop. This was bad. I couldn't leave now. I reached inside my purse, feeling for the gun, my hand squeezed around the handle. You're trained to use it. You're not defenseless. Regular bullets wouldn't stop a vampire, but I could buy Jake some time if he got in a bind and needed to escape. Nope. Don't be stupid. Get the hell out of here. A sensible voice called inside my head. But that sensible voice mattered very little when it came to Jake. That sensible voice could go take a hike down street. No way I could not help Jake. Being honest, even after all that had happened, I would give my life for him. Yep, that was the kind of loyal idiot I tended to be. So, screw it. Here goes nothing. I pulled the gun out, hid my purse behind the dumpster, and crossed the street. Chapter 34. Slinking like a thief, I crept to the repair shop and pressed my back to the wall next to the busted door. My heart and my senses kicked into hyper mode, overwhelming me with an intensity I'd never experienced. The scent of grease and gasoline were pungent enough to mask everything else, dizzying me. Over the pounding of my heart, I thought I heard someone's breathing and soft, padding steps, but that was impossible. No one was in sight, and my ears weren't that sensitive. It had to be my imagination. That, or the adrenaline coursing through my body, was the best I'd ever produced, and it could probably auction for millions on the black market. Focus. Quit messing around, Tony. I squeezed my eyes shut, doing my best to push aside the sensory overload. Slowly, I took a knee on the sidewalk and peered inside the office. Darkness greeted me. As my eyes adapted, I made out the silhouettes of furniture. A desk, a file cabinet, shelves on the walls. I squinted, trying to spot movement. I didn't notice any. In the back of the room, another busted door lay on the floor. Bertram was like a steamroller. Staying low, I walked into the room, gun at the ready. I crept in with the moonlight behind me. A bead of sweat trailed down my back as I slid along the wall, inching toward the other door. A long corridor stretched from there, flanked by shelves on the right and windows on the left. Moonlight bathed the shelves, revealing boxes of automotive parts. The smell of gasoline and grease grew thicker. I exited the office and stepped into the corridor. The windows were waist-high, so I squatted, then peeked over the edge at the outdoor garage area. The space looked as big as a basketball court, and a variety of vehicles waited for repairs. One of them was the Luciola candle shop van. My breath hitched, and my heart sped up to near-death speed. Stephen. Was he inside the van? I inhaled sharply as if, among all the intense scents, I would be able to detect his familiar one coming from the van. For all I knew, they'd transferred him to another vehicle. It would make sense if this one needed repairs. I scanned the garage for movement and hiding spots. Jake had jumped in there, but where was he? And what about Bertram? Was he the van's driver? Probably not. He seemed too high in the pecking order for such a job. He'd been driving Fiore herself. I felt stuck. Should I go check the van for Stephen, possibly exposing myself? No. Jake was already out there, and I had a clear view of everything. From here, I could take good aim and let loose a few shots if it came to it. Movement caught my attention. Holding my breath, I stared down the sights at the figure sneaking around the car parked in front of the van. Jake. He was still in human form, but might as well have been walking on all fours, stalking like a predator toward the white van. I wanted to yell in warning and tell him a vampire was around, but that would only give away his presence. And mine. I bit my lower lip and tried to calm my breathing. My body tingled and itched all over again, feeling like it didn't belong to me, like my skin had shrunk. Suddenly, the vampire flew out of nowhere and landed on top of the van with a crunch of metal. His face twisted in a mask of savagery, fangs elongated, eyes pools of black ink, hands tipped with 2-inch claws. Without thinking, I stretched to my full height and aimed the gun at Bertram. Vision tunneling, I pulled the trigger and hit him square in the chest. He barely staggered backward and glanced down at the hole in his shirt with annoyance. He shook his head and sent me a withering glare that should have frozen me on the spot. But instead, I pulled the trigger again and again until I emptied the gun. Each explosion reverberated loudly, like hammer blows pounding straight against my brain. The shots hit their mark with incredible accuracy. The practice sessions with Tom at the shooting range had paid off. Bertram twitched with each hit, distracting him long enough for Jake to shift. A beautiful dark gray wolf leapt onto the van's hood. He was massive and filled me with awe. I had seen his animal only twice before, the first time after I begged him to show me, and the second time the night we rescued Emily Garner, while he used his extraordinary senses to spot her exact location. But now, he looked bigger. Even on all fours, he stood nearly 5 foot tall from his massive paws to the top of his head. His shoulders were wide, and he was made of pure, taut sinew. His paws were the size of softballs and tipped with dark claws as sharp as surgical scalpels. His chest rumbled deeply in an unequivocal threat to the vampire. Leaping over the van's windshield in one fluid motion, he landed on the roof, then bounded again, claws screeching against metal. Like a wrecking ball, he slammed against the vampire, knocking him off. Bertram hit the ground with a thud and tried to scramble to his feet, but Jake landed on top of him, claws ripping his chest open. The vampire growled in pain as Jake raked his claws down and angled his jaw toward his neck. But the creature was no easy prey, and he wrapped his hands around the wolf's neck, raking with his own claws, making Jake yelp. No! I didn't have any more bullets, and even if I did, what good were they? As Jake and Bertram scrambled on the ground, snarling and tearing each other to pieces, a figure suddenly moved inside the Luciola van. What the? I squinted through the dim light as the person opened the door, gingerly stepped out, and slunk away from the van and the snarling creatures. As the figure moved away to hide behind another vehicle, I gasped. It was a female with a short, tufted tail and small fawn horns. A fae! Was she the one who'd been driving Stephen around and maybe he was still in the van? Did this mean the fae were responsible for kidnapping him? Had they done it to start a war between vampires and werewolves as I'd imagined? They would certainly benefit from it, strengthening their foothold in the human realm as that of the others weakened. Or did this fae work for the Dark Donna? It was uncommon for fae to trust others, but not unheard of. Crouching low, she ran toward the garage door, Skillfully, she leapt, climbed over the sidewall, avoiding the razor wire with ease, and disappeared on the other side. I couldn't let her escape. I had to stop her so we could find out the truth. Whirling, I dashed back outside, running at a full pelt. On the sidewalk, I skidded to a stop, my eyes immediately homing in on her moving shape. She was fast, like a gazelle, her short tail bouncing behind her as she ran. There's no way I can catch her. Despite my certainty, something inside me snapped, an instinct that urged me to give chase. "Hey! Stop right there!" I yelled, the cry echoing down the deserted street. The Fae glanced over her shoulder, then ran faster. Every one of her steps seemed to be 3 of mine. I would never match her speed. Anger and frustration built inside me as my legs and arms pumped to their max, yet the distance between us grew. Suddenly, I caught her scent in the wind, a combination of earth and wood, like a spring day after rain. The scent and the chase unleashed something wild inside of me. Restless energy and that hunger, which had been inside of me all along, and I hadn't known how to satiate. Its intensity scared me, almost bringing me to a halt. But I couldn't stop. Not now that my limbs had come alive with power, and the Fae seemed within reach. I blinked in surprise, realizing how close I'd gotten in a matter of seconds. Before I knew what I was doing, I lunged in her direction and tackled her to the ground. We fell in a heap of arms and legs and rolled around on the pavement. I ended up on top of her, straddling her. She stared at me with terrified eyes, her vertical pupils wide. Her thin black mouth opened, and a trembling voice came out. "Don't hurt me, beast," she begged in her lilting accent. Beast? I tried to speak, and a growl came out instead. I froze, my hands pinning the Fae's shoulders down. She let out a whimper as my thumbs dug into her, ripping her skin. Warm, sticky blood oozed out of her supple skin. I yanked my hands back and stared at clawed fingertips. I began to shake at the monstrous sight. What was happening? What kind of trick was this? A glamour from the Fae? That had to be it. There was no other explanation. "Stop," I ordered her, and my voice was a growl again, the word barely recognizable. Please, I was just the driver today, that's all," the Fae said. I was hyperventilating, and her voice had become but a buzz, barely able to break through the thunderous roaring in my ears. Words of denial echoed inside my head. Not real. Not real. "Quit, you..." I grabbed her by the throat and forced her to her feet. She stood on tiptoes as I wrapped my hands around her neck. "Stop the glamour." She shook her head an infinitesimal amount. "I'm not," she croaked, looking confused. I forced her back toward the repair shop, pushing her along and causing her to stumble. She didn't try to run again, which added to my confusion. Fae were good at fighting, but she seemed truly intimidated by me. I examined my hands as I shoved her down the length of one entire block. No more glamour. The claws had disappeared. Good. We approached the garage. Loud clangs and growls came from behind the metal door. Jake. My chest tightened with worry. Judging by the racket, they were still fighting, but was he winning? I pushed the Fae against the shop's outer wall. "Is Steven Erickson in the van?" This time my voice sounded more like my own. The Fae had finally realized her cheap glamours wouldn't work on me. She nodded, her slitted eyes taking me in, analyzing my face with fear. Is he still alive?" "Yes," she said. A jumble of emotions came undone inside of me. "Steven, was alive, and none of this had been in vain. I was trying to decide what to do next when the Fae's expression changed, and a satisfied smile stretched her black lips. The fear that had twisted her features slowly disappeared, and glee replaced it. Her gaze lingered on something behind me. A shiver ran down my spine as the sound of steps reached me. Slowly, I let go of the Fae and moved away, angling my body sideways. I glanced back and found 4 dark figures standing across the street, untouched by the moonlight, as if they weren't really there. "Let's see what your little claws can do against my friends," the Fae said with amusement. One of the figures pulled away from the group. I held my breath as moonlight bathed the handsome features of none other than Prince Khalil Adanaran. The female next to me let out a whimper, and her smugness died a quick death and putrefied into horror. Not who she'd been expecting, it seemed. She lowered her head and fell to one knee, looking contrite.
At last I find you, Gonira, and entangled in unsavory trade, no less.
Khalil's voice dripped with cold anger and disappointment.
Your punishment shall be deliberate.
He lifted a hand and waved 2 fingers. 2 figures peeled from the dark and came forward. They were dressed in their black tunics with the embroidered shield in the chest. They each took one of Gonira's arms and walked her away.
We meet again, Antonietta Sander,
Prince Khalil said. Wow, the Seelie Prince remembers my name. I was starstruck, to say the least.
You should leave this place,
he said. I can't. My friend. I crooked a finger toward the shop. Inside, something banged against the garage door, making a loud clanking noise. I jumped, my heart knocking against my ribs. Moonlight shone on Khalil's midnight blue hair as he made a regretful face.
I would stay and help you, but I cannot get involved in human matters. Especially not this one. It's bad enough Gonira has been making friends with the wrong people.
From the sound of it, this Gonira had been acting on her own. So did that mean the Fae had nothing to do with this mess? It seemed that way. Growls and more bangs came from inside.
Are you sure you wish to stay?
The prince lifted a perfect eyebrow, as if evaluating my intelligence and finding it lacking. I nodded, that same resolve that had driven me here coursing through my veins.
Well met, then,
Khalil said as he realized I wouldn't be dissuaded. He pressed a fist to his chest, inclined his head, and was gone. The shapes retreated into the darkness and disappeared. I was about to run inside to check on Jake when something moved in the shadows. It seemed the prince had decided to stay after all. Except the shapes that reappeared didn't belong to Khalil and his guards. They varied in shapes and sizes. 2 of them were massive men, while the others had the proportion and stances of large shifters. What the hell? I had a feeling these were the friends Gonira had referred to earlier. I squinted for a better look, and as I watched, the figures tore in my direction, growling and snarling. Adrenaline ignited my blood, and I whirled and ran. Chapter 35. I hurried into the repair shop through the torn door. Without stopping, I dashed through the back door. The shelves and windows whizzed by in a blur. Pressure built up in my fingertips and I felt my skin tearing as claws materialized again. What the hell? Why this glamour again? One of the shifters followed, tearing into the office, hot on my tail. I could sense him, hear his panting, smell his foul sweat. He was that close. I didn't dare glance back. I skidded to a stop and took a sharp left. A crash sounded behind me. I kept running and reached a landing with a set of steps that led up and another that led down. A door stood to my left. I tried it, but it didn't budge. I froze for a beat, unsure of which way to go. A horrible snarl rent the tight space, and I whirled to face a huge creature the size and shape of a gorilla. It stood on two legs and pounded his chest with boulder-sized fists. A shifter unlike any I'd ever seen before. My hypersensitive ears reverberated with its growl, my nose wrinkled as the stench of animal musk hit me. And my eyes. Everything looked different, sharper somehow, especially the creature's claws and pointed teeth. The next thing I knew, I was snarling back at the beast, crouching low, one hand on the floor. What the hell? Was a glamour capable of scrambling your brains this badly and making you believe you were queen of the jungle? I didn't think so. At least, I'd never heard of anything like that, but the world held many secrets, so who knew? A small voice inside an even smaller corner of my brain tried to make itself heard. This isn't a glamour, you idiot. Then what the hell is it? Whatever the answer, it didn't matter. Not with King Kong advancing in my direction. I pounced. Really? What in the dreadful world of Planet of the Apes had gotten into me? I soared through the air like some acrobat, and a second later, I slammed into the beast's chest. My claws slashed and teeth gnashed, snapping shut on something. King Kong's ear? Gah, nasty! I bounced away, flipping in mid-air, then landed on all fours and spat. King Kong roared, a leathery hand pressed to the side of his head. With a shake, he leaned forward and dropped on his knuckles, baring his throat in a furious growl. Ew, ever heard of mouthwash? Or mints? Another stinky growl. I'd really pissed him off. He charged. I held still for a heartbeat, then jumped out of the way. The beast went flying down the staircase, bouncing on the steps, crashing through the railing, and rolling to a stop at the bottom landing. I whirled and kicked at the locked door. I stared open-mouthed as it swung open with the sound of splintering wood. What had Walter cooked into that ribeye? I rushed through the door and found myself in a covered garage with a couple of cars up on racks and a few empty spaces for more. It was dark, and I shouldn't have been able to see, but my eyes seemed to be doing some Superman. The smell of gasoline and grease was worse here, nauseating. Huge closed metal doors lined the left side, the kind that roll up on a chain. Outside the doors, I could hear the sound of a battle raging. How many was Jake fighting now? God, please let him be okay. My eyes roved around looking for an exit, but I'd reached a dead end. King Kong roared behind me, his massive feet thundering. He was coming. Frantically, I searched the wall for a button that would open the garage doors. Nothing. I ran to the other end and searched there. Still nothing. King Kong burst into the room, stomping like a giant. His savage glare homed in on me right away. He could see me as clearly as I saw him. I dropped to all fours. What was the deal with that? And hid behind a wide rolling toolbox, the kind with a bunch of little drawers. The beast came at me, feet thudding against the concrete floor. My eyes darted left and right, looking for an escape. There was none. The beast came around, and without thinking, I jumped inside the closest inspection pit, dropping to the bottom in a crouch. I glanced back up from its depths. King Kong's head appeared above, a massive noggin the size of a car tire. He's too big to fit. He's too big to fit. The beast's shoulders were as wide as a wardrobe, and this space was only big enough for one human, preferably a mechanic. This reasoning was all well and good, but it didn't change the fact that I was freaking trapped in a hole that could easily become my greasy grave. I wrinkled my nose at the tarry smell and wiped sleek hands on my pants. The stuff had smeared all over me, and I reeked. Without taking my eyes off the beast, I moved toward the metal rungs that led out of the pit. King Kong bounded in their direction and blocked the exit with its massive body. Placing one hand to either side of the slit, he roared into the tight space. He reached one arm, his enormous hand grasping, trying to reach me. I crouched low, heart in my throat. My panic mounted. Tingling energy coursed through my body, growing, pounding. My heart hammered in my ears, speeding up like a locomotive. My anxiety surged like lava inside a volcano, looking for a release. My body convulsed. Oh, crap. Panic attack. Breathe, Tony. Breathe. My heart was bursting. I was having a seizure. King Kong roared again. The sound drove me over the edge and I blacked out. Chapter 36. A wave of change rippled through my body. It was release and closure, both at the same time. Part of me reveled in the moment while the other fought to make it stop. But the former had been denied for so long it wouldn't back down. The time had come. At last. My every limb flailed out of control, rippling from within, finding a new shape that it had craved since the beginning of time. Bones elongated and thickened, twisting in different directions. Sinew knitted itself thicker, growing in bulk. My clothes ripped and fell away in tatters. Pain racked me. It was exquisite, and I welcomed it. I'd yearned for it, craved it, and it was finally here. No one could stop it now. I've been caged, repressed and forbidden, but no more. Fur and claws and a tail. They all sprang into place exactly where they should have always been. My senses, which I had always thought sharp and keen, revealed their true power. What I could hear, see, and smell now put my past to shame. Even the many years of grease accumulated in the dark corners of the pit revealed themselves. Joy rippled through me, and I howled, lifting my head, flattening my ears, reveling in the knowledge of what I was. A werewolf. My head snapped toward my enemy, still blocking the exit. It had stopped roaring and stared at me curiously, his reaching arm frozen. Without fear, without inhibitions of any kind, I attacked. I leaped and snapped my jaw around the beast's forearm. He pulled back, but I didn't let go. This enemy was strong, but I wasn't afraid of him. I could hold my own. I was strong, too. He swung his arm and I still held on, bitter blood filling my mouth. As he prepared to slam me against the floor, I released him, soared through the air, and landed on all fours. Teeth bared, I circled the beast. My thoughts had turned to liquid, incensed by the taste of blood. Instincts took control, letting me know exactly what I needed to do. I feigned toward the pit, and when the beast leaned that way to block me, I jumped toward the wall in the opposite direction, bounced against it, then toward the beast's heavy body. I slammed against his shoulder, setting him off balance, then landed a few feet away. My enemy teetered for a couple of beats, then, with a final push of my haunches against his leg, King Kong fell sideways and got wedged inside the pit. For good measure, I pounced on him, then hopped back onto firm concrete. His visible arm and leg flailed as he struggled to pull himself out, but he only managed to embed himself further. I snapped my teeth in triumph, then turned my attention toward the sounds of battle outside. I trotted out of the garage in leaps and bounds, going the way I'd come. When I reached the window-lined hall, I sprang toward the glass panels without a pause. I crashed through them, shards raining all around me, and landed in the outer garage. My keen eyes scanned the area. I'd landed next to a dark SUV, sandwiching myself between it and the wall. With another push of my hind legs, I jumped on top of the car, bounding from its hood to the roof. From there, the battle took shape, igniting a wild yearning to join and brawl. But against whom? Chaos reigned, and I had no idea who was friend or foe. Cars were smashed. The metal door that led to the street was thrown open, twisted. Claw marks raked one side. A couple of bodies lay bleeding on the grease-stained ground. About a dozen others still fought. Where had they come from? Claws, fangs, tusks, horns flashed. I saw vampires, werebears, were-coyotes, but where was the wolf? He was my friend. I had to help him. A panicked feeling built in my chest. I couldn't spot him. Then I heard a snarl that spiked my awareness. I whirled to find a dark gray wolf pushed against the corner, two vampires looming over him. He was bleeding from a gash by his snout and another by his side. Bounding over two cars, I reached him and pounced on one of his attackers. Caught by surprise, the female vamp let out a piercing cry. My jaw clamped around her neck and I bit with all my strength. As we toppled over, the vampire reached back and dug her claws in my throat. We landed with a thud. I was large, so much larger than her. I pressed my full weight on the vampire, sinking my own sharp claws into her. I jerked my head, tearing half of her neck off. She screamed in agony. I spit and bit again. My large muzzle encompassed what was left of her neck, and as I snapped my jaw closed, her head broke off. I snarled, shaking myself. The vampire's head rolled off to the side, its oily black eyes unblinking, its tongue lolling. Something inside me twitched at the sight of the severed head. "What are you doing?" I shook my great head, pushing the small, bothersome voice aside, and I turned toward the second vampire and the wolf. He was deeply injured, favoring his right side, limping, but he still held his own against his enemy. I joined his side and snarled at the vampire, a tall male with a thick neck and shoulder-length hair. The gray wolf gave me a sideways glance, his nose twitching, inhaling my scent. Distrust filled his eyes. My fur reeked in a cloying way with that dark stuff from the pit. I could smell it myself. He didn't like it any more than I did. I figured he couldn't recognize me, but that didn't matter. I knew him, and I knew I had to protect him. He was Pack. The thought seemed both right and wrong, but at the moment, only the battle mattered. In unison, we attacked. I aimed high while the gray wolf aimed low. The vampire moved fast, his arms striking in a blur of movement that slammed against the side of my head. I flew sideways and crashed against a car. Dazzled, I stood and blinked. The gray wolf had his jaws clenched around the vampire's ankle. The vampire leaned down to grab him, but I lunged forward and smashed into him. He lost his balance and fell. The gray wolf and I went for the neck. He got there first, and with one powerful snap, took the vampire's head off. The gray wolf spat blood, his long pink tongue flicking to one side in disgust. His eyes met mine. They shone with mesmerizing silver light. He lowered his head in thanks. I bowed slightly, watching him closely, relieved that he was all right, his wounds already healing. The fight went on around us. A small coyote soared overhead and crashed through the window and into the building. Suddenly, the sound of sirens filled the air. They wailed, piercing the night, getting louder by the second. My ears perked up, and so did the gray wolf's. Help is coming, a part of me said, though I couldn't quite fathom why. The only help I knew were my fangs and claws and my own strength. The battle slowly came to a halt. Then everyone scrambled, running out of the twisted metal door, jumping on top of cars and leaping to the roof, escaping. Whirling toward a white van, the gray wolf rushed in its direction. I followed him, intent on staying by his side to make sure he remained safe. He circled the van to the back doors. There he shifted, his magnificent furred body elongating and becoming slick, foreign and familiar at the same time. I angled my head, regarding him curiously. He attacked the van, breaking one of its back windows with his elbow, then reaching inside to pull on something, and finally yanked the doors open. He seemed to hold his breath as he peered inside the dark interior. I moved closer for a better look. A sweet, warm scent pierced through my nose, making me want to sneeze. I blew air out, shaking my head. A man sat inside the van, strapped to a bolted chair and swathed in many scents.
"Stephen!"
The one who had been the gray wolf exclaimed. He darted into the van and went to the odd-smelling man. Stretching up, I put my front paws on the back of the van and peered in. I blinked at the humans, a strange sensation of calm descending over me. I didn't want to fight anymore. It was all going to be all right. Jake pressed his fingers to Stephen's neck. I shook my head. Jake? Stephen? Yes, those were their names, weren't they? A whimper escaped me as more and more confusing thoughts popped into my head.
"Thank God,"
Jake exclaimed.
"You're going to be all right, buddy."
I pulled away from the van, front paws landing on cold concrete. Jake glanced in my direction, frowning at me.
"Thank you,"
he said, lowering his head.
"What's your name?"
I shuddered. My name? What was my name? The sirens had reached us. Car doors slammed shut outside. Voices. Rushing steps. Panic filled my chest. They couldn't find me. I wasn't supposed to be here. I turned tail and ran.
"Wait!"
Jake called behind me.
"Tell me who you are."
I ignored him and jumped through the hole I'd made in the windows. I landed inside, skidded to a stop, then ran toward the steps where I had first fought King Kong. I hurtled up the stairs, ignoring the beast's angry growls echoing from inside the garage. It seemed he was still stuck in the pit. With 4 giant leaps, I climbed to the 3rd floor where, without stopping, I rammed against a flimsy door and burst onto a flat roof. Without pausing, I dashed in the direction of the shining moon, bounding from roof to roof until I lost myself in the sounds, sights, and the smells of the city. Chapter 37. I awoke by degrees, becoming painfully aware of something prickling against my skin. My entire left side felt irritated. Also, I was cold, very cold. I blinked my eyes open to a purplish sky painted with yellow and orange at the edges. A few birds sang in the distance. What the hell? I sprang to a sitting position to find the only thing I was wearing was nail polish. And it was pretty chipped. With a gasp, I draped my right arm over my breasts and placed my left hand over my crotch. My gaze danced frantically and my lungs worked double duty. Where in the world am I? And how in the witch lights did I get here? I set to answering the first question. From the looks of it, I sat atop a roof, sitting on a bit of gravel next to an air conditioning unit. Now to that second question. The last thing I remembered was... Wait. No. The last thing I remembered must be part of a dream because there was no freaking way I sprang up claws and caught up to a gazelle-fast fae. I also remembered 4 figures appearing out of nowhere and then And then what? I had no idea. And what about Jake? Was he all right? Trembling, I rose to my feet and, still covering my important bits, walked to the edge of the roof. Across the street, Capo Java stood with its blinds closed. Crap! I was on top of my office building, but how? Maybe I'd passed out and Jake had brought me here. I shook my head. No, that made no sense at all. He wouldn't leave me naked on a roof. Maybe I'd been abducted by aliens, and now I was pregnant with a buggy-eyed green baby. I shuddered. And what about Stephen? Had Jake found him? The questions kept multiplying inside my head like rabbits on hormone therapy, and no matter how creative I got with my answers, none of them made any sense. As important as figuring out what had happened was, I had a more pressing issue. I needed to get down from here before people started filling the street below. It was probably close to 6 a.m., so it wouldn't be long. I ran to the back of the building, tiptoeing and cringing as gravel poked the soles of my feet. There wasn't a fire escape, so an ivy-infested old trellis might be my best bet. When I got there, I sighed, relieved to find that the trellis reached to the top of the building. After making sure no one was around, I swung a leg over the ledge and lowered my bare onto the trellis, my feet and hands searching for purchase through the dense vines. A chilly wind blasted my butt cheeks, making me shiver. Adding insult to injury, goosebumps rose all over my skin and my breasts perked up. A blush rushed into my cheeks as I imagined some perv watching me climb down. But I refused to check again and reassured myself that no one roamed the alley at this early hour. The trellis creaked, making me fear it would give under my weight, but it held, and I made it to the ground. When I scanned the area, I confirmed that the alley was indeed empty, and no one had ogled my behind, or my spleen. The smell of garbage wafting from the nearby dumpster reminded me I'd left my purse back by the repair shop. Would anyone notice it? I had to get back there to retrieve it. But that was a problem for later, since I was still working on the naked one. Scanning the alley in both directions, I found my path still free of peeping Toms, ran out of the alley and around the building. If someone saw me, I would surely be booked for indecent exposure, and I would get kicked out of the building. No doubt my contract included a clause dealing with streaker females. At the corner, I halted and checked the street. No one. I was about to run toward my office, but stopped when I heard a car. I waited, heart in my throat, pressing my backside tightly to the wall. The car eased by and disappeared. Exhaling, I dashed out, passing in front of Jake's place. When I reached my door, I pulled on the handle, but of course, it was locked. Cursing, I started heading back toward Jake's, but froze when I realized someone was watching me from across the street. For a moment, I acted as if not moving would make me invisible. Then I swallowed and glanced toward the coffee shop. Willow McNeil, Capo Java's owner, was staring, her jaw hanging open. I grinned and almost wiggled my fingers in greeting, except my hands were otherwise occupied. She gave no sign of acknowledgement and continued to stare in astonishment. This is it. This is how I lose my agency. Sidewalk, I said under my breath. Open up and swallow me, please. The sidewalk didn't oblige, so I tore my mortified gaze from Willow, and walking in a dignified fashion, I reached Jake's door. I said a little prayer under my breath. Almost every time I'd come here, his door had been open. It would be open this time, too. I reached for the handle, twisted it, and pulled. I cursed as tears filled my eyes. What now? What now? Psst. Psst. I glanced over my shoulder. Willow hooked a finger and moved it in a come-here motion. Well, she had already seen all my attributes from afar. Time for her to see them up close. After checking for traffic, I ran across the street, my bare feet slapping the blacktop. Dexterously, Willow slipped a key in the lock, opened the coffee shop's door, and stood out of the way as I ran inside and didn't stop until I reached the bathroom and locked myself inside, shivering from the cold. The mirror over the sink showed me a bleary-eyed woman with a tumbleweed of pink-tipped hair and grease-stained perky breasts. What the hell did I get into? I reeked of burnt motor oil. Grimacing, I ran my fingers over the stuff, then proceeded to attack myself with soap and paper towels until my skin was clean and bright red from scrubbing. A few moments later, a knock came at the door. "Are you all right, honey?" Yes." I stuffed the black-smeared towels as far as they would go into the garbage can. I'd almost used the entire roll. "I have something for you to wear," Willow said. "Also, you can borrow my cell phone to call Rosalina or whoever you need." Swallowing my pride, which went down my throat like an oversized grapefruit, I opened the door a crack. Willow gave me a gentle smile and passed me her phone, along with what looked like one of the green aprons her staff wore. "There are 2 aprons," Willow said. "I figured you could wear one over the front and one over the back." "Thank you." My face felt as if it were cracking from shame. I checked in the mirror to make sure it wasn't about to fall off. No, it was still holding on, though maybe not for long. I did as she suggested and hung one apron over my neck the right way and tied it at the back. I hung the second one backward, tied a knot at the front, and sighed with relief. The aprons didn't meet at my sides and left 2 long gaps, but they were better than nothing. Holding my head high, I shuffled out of the bathroom to face Willow. She stood behind the counter, filling the machines with ground coffee, preparing them for rush hour. "Thank you," I said again. "I don't know what I would have done if—" "No worries, sweetheart. It happens to the best of us." She gave me a complicit smile that made me wonder what she got into when she was young. She was in her late 60s with wiry gray hair that normally fell in a mass of curls all around her, though at the moment, a blue bow held it back in place. She had piercing brown eyes and plenty of laugh lines around them. Today, she'd gone to town on the blue eyeshadow and red lipstick, looking in desperate need of Rosalina's advice. "To be honest, I don't know what happened," I said. Willow dusted her hands and faced me. Her apron draped over a flower print dress that made me think of tropical jungles. "That tends to happen when one drinks too much, young girl." She shook a finger at me. "You have to know your limits." I opened my mouth to protest, then decided that drunkenness was the perfect excuse for this debacle. "I shall endeavor to learn what they are." "You do that." She shuffled around the shop, replenishing napkins, stirrers, and sugar packets with practiced efficiency while I dialed Rosalina's number. "Hello?" she answered, and I could practically hear her frown at the strange number on her caller ID. "Rosalina, it's me." "Tony, where the hell are you? I've been worried to death. I called you like 1,000 times and sent you 1,000,000 text messages." "Wow, I'll have a time shifting through those." "Don't mess with me, Antoinetta Luna Sunder. I had to call your mother, and I don't know what the deal is, but she's frantic. You need to call her back right now." Crap. Sometimes it sucked when people cared about you. Why did Rosalina have to call Mom? She would drill me about this. She knew Rosalina didn't freak out easily. Plus, I'd been ignoring Mom's calls for a couple of days. "Okay, I'll call her, but do you think you could pick me up and bring me some clothes?" A pause. "Where are you?" "Willow's coffee shop." "And why do you need clothes?" It's complicated. I can explain later." "Did something happen with Jake? Did he hurt you? Because if he did, I swear. Oh God, tell me you didn't sleep with him." No, nothing like that, but hey, do you remember his telephone number? I don't. You took the card. And it was in my purse. With my phone. Never mind, just come get me. I heaved a sigh as I disconnected the call. I considered calling Mom, but I didn't want to deal with her at this moment. Who I really wanted to talk to was Jake. I desperately needed to find out what happened. I turned to Willow. Thanks for letting me borrow your phone. Anytime. She barely glanced at me as she slipped the cell into the front pocket of her apron, then moved around from table to table, using disinfectant wipes on their already clean surfaces. I opened my mouth to ask for a cup of coffee and a muffin when a loud engine rumbled outside, and Jake pulled up in front of his office. With a yelp, I dashed out the door and ran across the street. A gust of wind blew up my backside, lifting the apron. I smacked it down and, shuffling awkwardly, made it to the other side. Jake! Startled, he turned to face me. He looked terrible. His hair was in disarray and a bruise with a gash in the middle spread over his jaw. Huge circles ran under his eyes, which drooped with exhaustion.
Tony.
He scanned me up and down.
What in the world are you wearing? Where are your shoes?
He stared at my toes and I wiggled them uncomfortably. Wild party, but never mind that. Steven, did you find him? A slow smile spread across his face.
I did. He's in the hospital. I just came from there. He's gonna be all right.
Oh, thank God.
It was a hell of a fight, but there were vampires and shifters working together. But Yulfin's pack showed up and I had some unlikely help.
He frowned, his eyes getting distant for a moment. He snapped out of it and went on.
When the police showed up, everyone ran, though. No one was arrested.
That sucks. Yulfin had gotten my message then. Good. He nodded, and despite his exhaustion, I could tell a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He had accomplished what he'd set out to do. He'd found his friend, alive.
I couldn't have done it without you,
he said. I batted the comment away and considered telling him I'd followed him to the repair shop after his grandfather had told me where to find him. But something about that entire situation wasn't sitting right with me. Not to mention the fact that I didn't remember half the night. So instead, I chose recrimination. That wasn't cool. You leaving me at your grandfather's? I said. He cocked his head to one side.
I thought you wanted nothing to do with this PI business.
That's not fair, and you know it. By then, I was vested. He made a sound in the back of his throat as if considering. Then his eyes found the gaps the aprons left at my sides. Heat traveled up my neck, lighting up my cheeks.
I think I like this outfit,
he said.
It's sort of barista chic. You might start a fashion trend.
I refused to be embarrassed by him, so I put my hands around my waist and jutted my hip out. That I might.
You should try different colors. Red looks best on you.
I'll make sure to have male versions too.
Oh, kinky.
He pursed his lips as if he liked the idea. My imagination ran with it, and I had to glance away before he could figure out I was picturing him in a loincloth.
Tony.
He took a step closer and grabbed my hand. My gaze snapped back to his.
I want to thank you. Like I said, without your help, Steven's life would still be in danger, or worse.
His words were low and deep, and did something strange to my chest. I let out a hot breath, not knowing what to say. In the beginning, I hadn't wanted to help. I had been selfish. I didn't deserve any credit. As if reading my mind, he said,
I had no right to drag you into this and turn your life on its head. I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't exhausted every other avenue. I'm sorry for not being the easiest person to deal with.
That's an understatement. He chuckled and started tracing small circles on the back of my hand. I'm sorry, I was selfish. I managed. Jake shook his head.
You weren't. You were doing what was right by you, and I admire that.
He took a tiny step closer, his silver eyes falling to my lips. Giant butterflies flapped inside my stomach as I remembered I was wearing nothing under my aprons. He leaned closer, reminding me of that moment in his grandfather's wine cellar. I cleared my throat. Jake, why did you kiss me last night? That seemed to make him realize he was about to kiss me again, and he took a step back and let go of my hand. I huffed. So that's how it's gonna be. I lifted my chin and swallowed the lump that climbed into my throat. I opened my mouth to say something else, something I would have regretted, but luckily Rosalina pulled up in her boxcar, salsa music playing on the radio totally at odds with my mood. I glanced back at my friend, who narrowed her eyes at my state. Resentment heavy on my heart, I backed away from Jake. My ride's here. He leaned forward and seemed on the verge of saying something, but in the end, he bit down on his lower lip and gave me a small wave. Whirling, I climbed into the car and glanced over at Rosalina. Let's go. She pressed her lips into a tight line as she assessed my outfit. To her credit, she said nothing about it and simply drove us home. Chapter 38. The next day was an awesome spring day, sunny and a perfect 72 degrees. I strolled into Barnes Jewish Hospital holding 2 large bouquets, one for Tom and one for Stephen. Both men were doing well, close to being released, which was a relief. Yesterday, after my naked debacle, I'd been busy retrieving my purse from behind that dumpster. Fun. At least it had still been there, and only one roach had crawled inside. The repair shop across the street had looked like a nuclear disaster zone in the daylight. But I didn't linger. I was in and out through the back of the alley before anyone noticed me. Also, I'd spent no small amount of time explaining to Rosalina that I didn't know how I'd ended up in my birthday suit on top of our office, and now she was as worried as me about that lovely piece of mystery. I held my chin high, trying to draw optimism from the beautiful day and my friend's well-being. I had 2 appointments with 2 potential clients later today, and I needed all the confidence I could get. None of the people I'd talked to after Selena Morelli's debacle had panned out, and I had started to get worried. First thing this morning, I'd gone over our budget, trying to figure out how long we had before we defaulted on our loan. We had a couple of months max if we tightened our belts. In fact, after this visit, I would have to call my realtor to tell her the Compton Heights condo was a no-go. It felt like my life was crumbling to pieces. Clearing my thoughts, I took the elevator to the 2nd floor and got a smile from an old lady riding with me. Beautiful flowers, she said. Aren't they? The elevator dinged and the doors slid open. I decided I should see Stephen first. I always liked getting the hardest tasks done first. It would be awkward seeing him again, but it had to be done. Besides, Jake had said Stephen wanted to see me and thank me for my help in his rescue. Can I set these flowers here while I visit my first patient? I asked a gray-headed nurse at the front station. Sure, honey. Thank you. I left one bouquet behind, then walked to room 2366 and knocked on the door.
Come in.
A familiar voice called from within. I pushed the door open and was taken aback when Yulfin Eriksson greeted me with a tight smile. My surprise was stupid since it was only natural for a father to visit his son after an awful ordeal like the one Stephen had been through, no matter how estranged they had been. Oh, I can come back later. My eyes met Stephen's across the length of the room. He seemed surprised for a moment, then a smile spread across his lips, erasing the somber expression he'd been wearing.
Tony,
he exclaimed from his bed, pushing to his elbow.
Please, come in.
I glanced toward Yulfin, unsure.
Come on in, Miss Sunder.
Yulfin waved a hand.
I was about to leave.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yulfin nodded, graciously inclining his head. He wore a gray suit with a silver tie, his red hair and beard perfectly trimmed. Towering over the bed, all 6 feet of him, he shook his son's hand in goodbye. I frowned, bothered by the businesslike quality in his demeanor.
I'll be by tomorrow to pick you up,
he said, turning toward the door. I stepped aside to let him through, standing awkwardly with my flowers and peering over the dense petals. They smelled wonderful, and I had been enjoying their sweet scent ever since I picked them up at the florist. Now I was enjoying the way they defended me from the mean werewolf. Yulfin stopped at the threshold and glanced sideways at me.
I've been told you were instrumental in finding my son.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. He ignored my weak protest and added,
I would like to thank you.
His blue eyes were serious, unkind despite his words of thanks, like he hated owing me something. I inclined my head slightly and smiled. I hadn't done it for him. In fact, I hadn't even done it for Stephen. If Yulfin wanted to thank someone, it should be Jake. I wondered if he had, or if he'd been his usual arrogant self. With that out of the way, he left the room, his expensive leather shoes tapping firmly. I turned to Stephen, who heaved a sigh of relief and turned his full attention to me. I brought you flowers. I walked over and set the bouquet by his bedside.
You didn't have to.
He peered up at me, his blue eyes so much like his father's and yet so different. Genuine kindness filled them, and faint laugh lines sprang from their corners. The resemblance also went beyond the eyes. He had the same red hair and broad shoulders, except at the moment he was thin and pale. I scanned him over with concern. A yellowish bruise stained his left cheek, spreading to his eye, which was slightly swollen. Bandages covered his left hand, and I had to glance away as I remembered his severed finger. Noticing my reaction, he held his hand up.
Won't be able to properly sport a wedding band. They took the ring finger,
he said, with a deprecating laugh. I'm so sorry, Stephen.
Oh, don't be. It could have been worse. Poor Blake didn't fare so well.
He lowered his head, sadness descending on him. He had grown up with that bodyguard. They'd been the best of friends. Stephen glanced toward the end table on the other side of the bed. Something familiar sat on top of it, which reminded me I had more than just the flowers to give him. I reached inside my jeans pocket and pulled out the silver cufflink I'd used to track him, the one Yulfin had given me at his club. Stretching my hand, palm up, I offered it to him. Here. He snatched it from my hand in surprise.
Where did you get this?
Your father gave it to me to help me track you. His frown deepened as he grabbed the other cufflink from the end table and laid it on his hand next to the other one. 2 crescent moons.
Blake gave me these as a birthday present last year,
Stephen said in a whisper. A lump formed in my throat. He rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to think hard on something.
How did my father get it?
He asked no one in particular.
I remember.
He trailed off. I leaned forward. What? Stephen shook his head and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner.
Nothing. I thought I had both cufflinks with me in the van, but my memory has been foggy on all kinds of things. They hit me over the head a few times.
My breath hitched as I caught up with his train of thought. If he'd had both cufflinks with him in the van, it would mean that Yulfin got his from the kidnappers. Suddenly, a million questions sent my mind reeling. Was it possible? Could Yulfin had kidnapped his own son to incite a war? Had he sent those men to get me? And if so, why? So I couldn't spoil his plans? I glanced down at Stephen's bandaged hand. Was Yulfin responsible for the mutilated finger?
Hey.
Stephen pulled me back into the moment. He wore a reassuring smile.
Chill. I know what you're thinking, but he would never do anything like that.
I gave him a weak smile. I thought Yulfin was capable of many things, but I didn't know him well enough to suppose he would hurt his son this way. Stephen huffed.
He cares too much about his legacy to endanger his only heir.
He pronounced the last word with mockery. I nodded. That was true enough. Then who did it? I asked. Any clues on who's responsible? He shook his head.
No. The van was reported stolen a month ago, and so far they've found no evidence of wrongdoing against Bernadetta and her people. She insists she had nothing to do with it.
This was so confusing. I had seen Bernadetta's driver there, and here I was wondering if Yulfin had done it. And what about the Fey female and the prince? God, I needed to tell someone what I knew. I'd been so busy worrying about my naked episode that I didn't realize I might be the only one holding information that would lead to the culprits. I had to talk to Tom. He would know exactly what to do.
Everything all right?
Stephen asked, reaching for my hand with his good one. His warm touch took me by surprise as his large hand engulfed mine. Yes, of course. There was no use burdening Stephen with what I knew, not unless it led to his kidnappers.
Jake told me what you did. Thank you, Tony.
You don't have to thank me. Heat climbed up my neck as I remembered how selfish I'd been in the beginning. The one you should thank is Jake. Stephen nodded thoughtfully.
I know that. He stayed with me until my family got here last night. He's a great friend.
He told me how you met in New Orleans.
Imagine our surprise when we figured out you were a mutual acquaintance.
Acquaintance was one way of putting it, but I was glad he didn't say girlfriend instead.
I must admit I was jealous,
Stephen said, his blue eyes burning into mine with the same intensity they always had. I licked my lips, feeling self-conscious. If I was reading this correctly, he still felt attracted to me, and honestly, so did I. He was handsome and thoughtful. What was there not to like?
I'm getting out tomorrow,
he said, his fingers squeezing mine.
I would like to thank you properly. Let me take you out to lunch. You pick the place.
Was he asking me out on a date? It felt like he was. Your father...
Never mind my father. He should have never gotten his nose between us, and I shouldn't have let him. I always regretted it. I've changed a lot during this past year, Tony, and I've learned not to let him control me. Please, go out with me. I would love to catch up.
But shouldn't you rest? He shook his head adamantly.
That's the last thing I want. I thought I was gonna die. You don't know how good it feels to be alive. I can't wait to be outside. I was trapped inside that van for 11 days and 15 hours. I need some fresh air.
I totally understood how he felt, but going out with him didn't seem like a good idea. Yet how could I say no after what he'd been through? Sure, I'd love to catch up. One lunch. That would be all. He smiled from ear to ear, his eyes twinkling up at me. Then they shifted toward the door, and I turned to see what had gotten his attention. My heart dropped into my stomach. Jake stood there, his expression neutral, but his hands balled into tight fists.
Hey, Jake,
Stephen exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that Jake seemed about to blow a gasket.
We were just talking about you, saying what a great friend you are.
Jake's left eye twitched at the word friend. The way he glared at me seemed to indicate he didn't appreciate me using that word. Except I hadn't been the one to use it. It had been Stephen. For my part, Jake wasn't even on my friend list. I kept his name all by itself in a separate catalog, one titled with the word bag. Not that he was the only bag I'd ever met, but certainly the only one worth keeping track of, mainly because of my weakness for him. My dumb attraction to Jake Knight. He smoothly strolled into the room, his hands relaxing, a careless expression reshaping his features. He was trying to act oh so cool, but I'd noticed the jealousy. And, lousy person that I was, I wished that turning green from envy was actually a thing. I should go, I said. Stephen held me in place. No, stay. Jake's cool eyes lowered to our clasped hands. A muscle jumped in his jaw. I gently extricated my hand from Stephen's. I have someone else to visit, and later I have appointments with a few customers, but I'll see you later. Okay. He dug out a cell phone from under the sheets and handed it to me. Leave me your number so I can call you. I punched my number into his phone and gave it back with a huge smile. I look forward to seeing you. Me too. Later, Jake. I gave him a light wave and left the room. I paused outside and exhaled, unsure of how I felt about what had just happened. You don't mind me asking her out, do you? Stephen's voice drifted from the room and straight into my ears. I perked up. No answer from Jake. I mean, the last time we talked, you said you were done with her. That was months ago, Jake said, his voice low. Oh, you mean you want to… Jake laughed. No, dude, just giving you a hard time. Go ahead. I don't care. This time, my heart sank straight to my feet. And my eyes prickled with tears. I marched away, picking up Tom's bouquet from the nurse's station. Thanks for keeping it for me, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. Sure thing, babe, the nurse said, without looking up from her computer screen. I tried as I went to push my anger away, but I couldn't. I hated myself for letting Jake affect me this way. I shouldn't care that he didn't care. I should hate him. Or, better yet, I should feel nothing at all, as if he doesn't exist. I'd been doing just fine before he showed up, and now… Stopping outside of room 2221, I took a deep, calming breath, determined to put Jake out of my mind. If he could so easily dismiss me, despite our undeniable attraction, I could do the same. Yes, the chemistry between us had always been out of control, but that wasn't the same thing as love. It seemed I'd mixed those two things together before, and I refused to do the same again. Squaring my shoulders and composing my expression into the upbeat and friendly Tony that Detective Tom Freeman deserved, I knocked on his door and slipped inside. Chapter 39. Tony! Tom greeted me warmly with a matching smile. He'd been watching television and pressed the off button on his remote control. His salt and pepper goatee was missing, and he looked strange without it. I was wondering when you were going to come see me. I set his flowers on the night table and planted a kiss on his forehead. It's so good to see you. It's good to see you too, kiddo. He mock-punched my chin. You look great. Don't I? He ran his hands over his hospital gown as if to demonstrate how great he looked. I was here to see you several times, but they wouldn't let me, 'cause I'm not family. He huffed. Fools. You're more family than any of the people that claim to be. Maybe there's something we can do about it, for future, you know? Sure. But I hope you don't plan to be back anytime soon. I waggled my finger at him. No sirree, I sure don't. Couple more days and I should be out of here. The healers are making sure my foot is gonna stay put. It was a wonder they were able to reattach it. The explosion blew it right off, but the paramedics picked it up, which was a good thing. I winced, remembering how awful it had been. The chaos, the smoke, the screams. Whoever had planted that bomb needed to be put behind bars, and maybe I could help make that happen.
I can tell there's something on your mind.
He pointed at a chair in the corner.
Why don't you sit down?
I pulled the chair closer and settled into it. I'm sure you heard we found Stephen.
Indeed, I did.
He narrowed his dark eyes.
And I heard you played a big part in it. Thought you didn't want to get involved in that sort of stuff again.
I didn't, but Jake was persistent. And it was the right thing to do. I'm glad I could help.
Then why do you look so worried?
Well, I haven't told anyone, but I was there when Jake found him, and I got a good look at two of the people there, including one of Bernadetta Fiore's men. Tom cocked his head to one side, and without saying a word, listened to my story. It wasn't the entire thing. I had to leave out my blackout and the fact that I woke up naked on my agency's rooftop. I didn't want him to worry about me, or start asking questions I couldn't answer. So I thought it best to leave all the inexplicable bits out. Basically, my story amounted to how Bertram cornered me in the alley, and how Prince Khalil showed up to remove the female fae from the premises. Of course, I didn't mention how I'd manhandled her as if she were a child. Especially since I still hadn't decided whether or not I'd gone temporarily insane and had imagined the whole thing. When I finished, Tom considered quietly for a long moment. I wondered if he'd spotted my lies, but I really couldn't tell. Finally, he said,
I'll make a few phone calls. You need to go in and make a statement. Then we can bring Bernadetta's driver up for questioning. Also, we'll get a sketch artist to make a likeness of this Garniera character in case she shows up again.
Sounds good. I hope something comes of it.
Me too. Me too.
He nodded thoughtfully.
We need a break. They found the body of the woman who planted the bomb, so that led nowhere. Whoever sent her took care to silence her.
I couldn't help but feel that she deserved it. A knock came at the door, and to my surprise, Father Vincent walked in, dressed in casual clothing, jeans, Oxfords, and a dress shirt rolled up to the elbows. He looked different without his clerical collar and dark clothes, relaxed and more handsome.
I was starting to worry you wouldn't show,
Tom said. Father Vincent checked his wristwatch.
I'm 2 minutes late. Exactly.
The priest chuckled, shook his head, and turned his attention to me.
Tony, it's good to see you.
His cheeks colored as if he were embarrassed for some reason. Me too. I gave him a warm smile, sensing by their banter that the two had become friends. You look different. I gestured toward his clothes.
Yeah, about that.
He held a finger up, opened the door, and stuck his head out.
Hey, come on in.
I frowned and exchanged a glance with Tom, giving him a "what is going on" expression. He shrugged. A moment later, I almost fell out of my chair when Selina Morelli walked into the room. My mouth opened and closed as a squeak of shock got stuck in my throat.
Selina, look who's here.
Father Vincent inclined his head in my direction. Oh, hello, Tony. She gave me a wide smile. Her brown eyes sparkled as if stars had gotten stuck inside them. In fact, an angelic glow seemed to surround her entire face. How did you two— Your partner, Selina said. What? I couldn't believe it. Rosalina had gone against my decision? She had betrayed me? Selina took a step closer. Oh, please don't be mad at her. It's not her fault. After our telephone conversation, I was angry, so I went by your office to reclaim my deposit and get the truth about your supposed failure. As you can see, I got it out of her. Got it out of her? How? And why in the hell hadn't Rosalina told me anything about this? I might have threatened to sue your agency. You what? I wouldn't have, of course. Somehow I didn't believe her. My eyes drifted to Father Vincent. Should I even call him that anymore? He stood with his hands stuffed in his pockets, rocking on his heels. Tom, for his part, sat quietly on the bed, observing the situation with rabid interest, as if he were watching a soap opera. Selena locked arms with Vincent. After your partner told me, I went and found him and explained everything. It's just as you promised. We're perfect for each other. But what about his job? I felt mortified. This was all my fault. He had abandoned his calling, and all those people he could have helped now had one less angel on their side. Oh, God, I feel horrible.
Please, don't,
Vincent said, glancing shyly at Selena.
I must confess, nothing has ever felt this right in my entire life. Besides, there is more than one way to be happy and serve the Lord.
The what? He must be really having a religious experience, a truly ecstatic one, to change his tune so drastically. Tony, get your mind out of the gutter.
Am I correct to assume that you've quit the church?
Tom asked, folding his arms over his chest.
I have,
Vincent confirmed.
All for some skirt?
I winced. Tom wasn't always tactful with his choice of words.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent looked like he was holding back a smile, like he and Tom were sharing an inside joke.
Yes. Well, hot congratulations,
Tom exclaimed. I did a double take. Tom was supposed to be a devout Catholic, and he approved of this? What was going on here? And why did I suddenly feel like the oldest person in the room when I was the youngest? Tom and Vincent shook hands, the latter smiling like an idiot.
Sunder's Mate Tracker Agency,
Tom said in a jovial tone.
Bringing happiness to lost souls everywhere. Maybe I'll have to take you up on your offer to find me someone.
He shook a finger at me, smiling, happy to be alive. Like Stephen. Well, I stood. It seems my work is done here. Unexpectedly, Selena wrapped me tightly in her arms. Thank you. You're amazing. She pulled away and held me at arm's length. I was skeptical to say the least, but you have made a believer out of me. I paid your partner, and a few of my friends are eager to talk to you. Really? I blinked repeatedly, the dreams of keeping the agency and securing my new place quickly retaking shape before my eyes. I left the hospital with a big smile on my face. My life wasn't crumbling to pieces after all. My smile faded when I approached my car in the parking lot and found Jake leaning on it. He wore reflective sunglasses and had his arms crossed over his chest. When he noticed me, he pulled away from the Camaro, took off the glasses, and hung them from the collar of his gray Henley.
Hey.
His silver eyes scanned me from head to toe. I marked the changes I'd barely noticed when I first saw him inside. He looked freshly showered, and he'd trimmed his beard closely and shaved it to make pristine lines at the edges. There were no circles under his eyes, and his wild scent of pine and rain intermingled with a dash of sandalwood soap. Even though I felt like melting into a puddle, I hardened my expression and barely offered him a nod.
Stephen looks good, doesn't he?
He said. Yes.
I was finally able to get some good sleep, knowing that he was all right.
Good for you. He heaved a sigh.
Okay, I guess I'd better get to the point. I'm here because I want to thank you for...
No need to do that again. I walked around him and opened the driver's side door.
Tony, wait.
I glanced back with raised eyebrows. He swallowed.
I owe you an explanation. One I should have given you before I left to go to New Orleans.
I turned away from the car and gave him my undivided attention. my heart suddenly racing. Was this it? Was he finally going to tell me why he left me?
I realize that a thank you isn't enough for what you did to help me find Stephen,
he continued.
And even though I think that sharing my reasons for leaving you will only make things worse, maybe it's a better way to express my gratitude since it's what you want.
I wasn't sure this would serve as thanks, but I needed to know, needed to understand, so I could finally be done with him just as he was done with me. He moved a step closer, his gaze locked with mine.
I wish I hadn't been such a coward and had told you face to face why I had to leave. But I was afraid that if I talked to you, I wouldn't be able to end things.
I slow blinked. What was he saying?
Tony, I didn't leave because I didn't care for you. I left because I cared too much.
Confusion washed over me. That doesn't make any sense.
We should have never moved in together. I should have never let it get that far knowing that a long-term relationship between you and I was impossible.
I shook my head. Impossible? Why?
Because I have a duty to fulfill. You see, after my brother went missing and my dad finally gave up the search, he asked me to keep our bloodline alive. With Neil gone, I'm the last one in what once was a powerful werewolf dynasty.
I took a step backward, my thoughts and emotions whirling out of control, slowly wrapping around his meaning.
I didn't want to leave, Tony, but I had to. I made a promise. I owe it to my father, my grandfather, and Neil to pass on our legacy, and with you, that would be impossible.
His voice grew quiet at that last bit. Tears slid down my face as the extent of what he was saying hit me. He didn't leave me because he'd stopped caring. He'd left me because I wasn't a werewolf, and as such, I would never be able to give him children to continue the Night bloodline. But, more accurately, he'd left because he'd made a promise to his father. Oh, God. This was the reason he didn't like to make promises. He reached over and touched my cheek, wiping away a tear with his thumb. His silver gaze wavered with emotion and regret.
There hasn't been a day since I left that I haven't thought about you. And when I saw you again, I realized that all that time apart did nothing to change the way I feel about you.
Jake! His name came out in a sob as my heart lurched in my chest. He pressed on, his large hand cupping my face.
I took you to see my grandfather because I hoped he might be able to detect in you what I couldn't. Sometimes non-werewolf women can bear our children. It's rare, but it happens. But he didn't find that potential in you. You and I, we would never be able to—
Oh God, please stop! I pulled away from him, tears falling freely now. He'd been right. This was worse than not knowing. Understanding that he cared for me but had to choose someone else who would give him the children I couldn't was torture. He lowered his head, the fringe of his dark lashes hiding his eyes.
Forgive me.
Jake took a step back as if to leave. I gripped his hand. It took him a moment, but he met my gaze, revealing a deep sadness that mirrored mine. I understand, I nodded, fighting back my tears. I don't know if I can forgive you for leaving without telling me the truth or for the pain I've lived with all this time. But I understand.
Tony.
He pulled on my hand and wrapped me in his arms, squeezing me against his hard chest and burying his nose in my hair. I bit my tongue and shut my eyes. We held each other for a long time without saying a word. What was there to say? The pain I thought I'd left behind blossomed freshly, tearing at my heart and delivering a sense of finality greater than the one I'd felt the day he left me. I couldn't be the reason he broke the promise he'd made to his father, nor the reason his bloodline came to an end. Of course, I understood. Slowly, I pulled away and put some distance between us. Thanks for telling me. I know it wasn't easy, but I think it's for the best. I don't have to hold it against you anymore. I smiled. Good luck finding someone. If you want, I could help.
Please don't joke.
Sorry. He chuckled sadly.
You never change.
Well, I hooked my thumb toward the car. I'd better go. Mom's waiting for me.
I'll see you around then. And like I promised, I'll leave you alone.
I got in the car and tore out of the parking lot. The many tears I'd held back, flowing freely down my face, as my heart shattered to pieces for the second time in my life. Chapter 40. I drove in circles around the hill until I got my emotions under control and managed to push Jake out of my head long enough for my eyes to dry. To help compartmentalize those feelings, I focused on my mother, who had been hounding me about coming to see her for days. I had pacified her over the phone earlier today, but only after promising that I would come home for lunch. She assured me that if I didn't show up on time, she would come to find me and bind me in a protection spell so tight that it would make a chastity belt jealous. Not that her threat scared me. I didn't need a chastity belt the way my sex life was going. Or not going. But she'd never threatened me so colorfully before, so I figured that whatever she wanted must be important. Besides, she had promised to make me creamy tortellini for lunch. As I parked my Camaro by Mom's curb, I considered calling Rosalina to talk about Selena Morelli. But I would wait to see her since I wanted to kiss her for saving our and ignoring my attempts to be noble. Screw doing the right thing. Who needs that? Chuckling to myself, I walked up the pathway. Mom pulled open the door before I even climbed the steps to the porch. Her brown eyes opened wide as she assessed me from top to bottom. Are you all right, honey? She grabbed me by the shoulders as I stepped into the foyer and turned me this way and that, meticulously scanning me. I'm fine, Mom. I swatted her hands away and set my purse on the console table. I lifted my nose, trying to get a whiff of the tortellini, but I smelled no garlic or Parmesan cheese in the air. Frowning, I headed toward the kitchen, determined to find my food. When I entered the breakfast nook, I froze. A slender man wearing a black cloak and a silken top hat stood in the middle of the kitchen. He had short white hair, a pointy chin, and wore round black glasses that hid his eyes. Mom came up behind me and put a hand on my shoulder. I glanced back, questioningly. You didn't mention you would have company, I said. This is Damien Ward. He's a friend. Oh? Wait, was Mom dating a mage? From what I knew, only mages went around dressed in cloaks and ridiculous top hats. Was this the reason she'd been so desperate to get me here? She probably didn't want my sisters spilling the beans before she had a chance to tell me herself. He didn't look like Mom's type, but to each their own. We went to college together. Mom's voice trembled. She was nervous. Funny. I repressed a smile. I gave the guy a once-over. He'd interlaced his manicured hands in front of him and stood rigidly, giving off a vibe I didn't like. I frowned. If Mom had known him since college, how come I'd never heard of him before? My heart sped up uncomfortably. What's going on, Mom? Where's the tortellini? Maybe I'd read this all wrong, and this man was here to claim payment for some old debt or wrongdoing? My mind reeled with different scenarios as some basic instinct raised an alarm inside me, telling me this situation was off. "Nothing is going on, honey," she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "He's just paying me a visit. Why don't you sit and I'll reheat you some tortellini?" She walked to the refrigerator. Reheat? Now I knew something was terribly wrong. Mom would never serve reheated anything. She always cooked exact portions. She had a thing against leftovers. She said half of them always ended up in the garbage, and she hated wasting food. I remained standing, my fight or flight reflex too riled up for anything else. Damien removed his dark glasses to reveal a set of copper-colored eyes. A shiver ran across my shoulders, and my senses went into overdrive, like the night before. I sniffed the air and glanced around like a caged animal. A copper mage stood in my mother's house? How? Why? They were the most powerful mages aside from black mages. He had no business in our home. Without a word, the mage lifted a hand in my direction. I jumped back, heart hammering out of control, energy tingling over my skin. "Mom, he's doing something!" Panic bled through my voice. But Mom didn't even glance back. In fact, she stood facing the fridge, her back to me, a hand on the handle. A strange smell filled the air, a combination of something sour and sweet. The scent was immediately familiar. Magic. I had encountered it in trick parlors, where weak mages worked entertaining patrons with cheap performances. "Mom, let's get out of here!" I tried to reach for her, to pull her away with me, but I found myself unable to move. The mage came closer, still holding his hand up and wearing a sneer. He frowned, watching me with curiosity. His pupils weren't round, but instead looked like ink blotches. I'd never seen such eyes before. They seemed to reach inside of me, probing, searching for something. I tried to look away, but his gaze held me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Mom finally turning to face us. The mage placed his index finger on my forehead and started tracing an intricate pattern. Heat built up inside my cranium, making me feel feverish all over. Disjointed images flashed before my eyes. Somehow I knew they were memories, even if I couldn't quite remember when they'd happened. Snarling, running toward the moon, power and ferocity sizzling in my veins. Oh God, what is this? And why wasn't Mom doing anything to stop this madman? I started shaking. Pain cut through my body as I tried to break free, fighting against this fierce magic that had made its way into my mind, trying to... I growled and shook myself, finally able to move. Claws sprang at my fingertips. Mom gave out a strangled cry, tears spilling down her face. The mage hissed, rubbing his hand and grimacing in pain. "Oh no." Mom covered her mouth with a trembling hand.
"It's too late, Amalia," the mage said. "She's already shifted. Renewing the spell is impossible."
This has been The Tracker's Mate, Sunderverse, Mate Tracker Book 1. Written by Ingrid Seymour. Narrated by Casey Hollowell. Copyright 2021 by Ingrid Seymour. Production copyright by Ingrid Seymour.